Hello guys, hope everyone's good. Let's do some sim racing. The enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm. Mega
enthusiasm. Show me your enthusiasm. He's got enthusiasm. Where is the enthusiasm? It's in your face. Massive. Mega massive. Ginormous. Enthusiasm. Show me your enthusiasm. Where is enthusiasm? Enthusiasm. I'm enthusiastic. I'm simply ecstatic. I'm enthusiastic. Everybody's got enthusiasm for the state of the world. Everybody's excited. Everything's going fine. Put your hands in the air if you're happy with how things are. I think everybody's happy with the way things are.
Enthusiasm.
That was the enthusiasm song. Hello, Noopy Kiosk. I'm enthusiastic. I'm going back to the Chevrolet. Chevrolet Corvette. The bass shaker. Did you get it working? Did you put it on your ass? Put the bass on your ass. Wobble your ass, jiggle your ass, feel that bass in your ass. Wobble your ass, jiggle your ass, feel the bass right inside your ass. That's what we like. Bass in the ass. All the ass bass. Wibbity wobbly, wibbity wibbity wob. Wibbity wibbity wob. Wibbity 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 wob. Wobble your ass. Wobble your ass. You need to set it up like this. I tell you what, you probably set it up wrong. Do you want me to tell you how to set it up? Do you want me to tell you how to set it up? Who doesn't like an Asperger? What you want is just use these settings. You ready? So, are you using SimHub? SimHub, not not the other one, not the other hub. Wrong hub. Sorry, you can't access that in the United Kingdom. You're not an adult. Hello, Musen. Musen. Eat your muesli. Put your muesli in your cereal bowl. Give me muesli. I need my muesli. What type of muesli do you like, Musen? Is it chocolate and nuts? Muesli. Mega muesli breakfast time. What are we doing? Oh Jesus, what is wrong with me, guys? So what you want? The best things to use are these two. What shakers do you have? This is Epidemic Sound, because I pay £15 a month so I can play the music without getting sued. Yeah, what you want is this. You want the gear shift. So just set the gear shift to for the bass speaker. Oh, you don't want RPMs. You don't want that. Turn that off. Turn RPMs off. Turn ABS off. First of all, what shakers do you have?
what you want is just gear shift, and then wheel slip. That's it. And wheel slip for... That's it. I don't have the time. Sorry. Of course I can. I can do... I'm here. That's what I'm here for. I was born to show you force feedback. Show you the force feedback. New Moser Pit House software update. Oh, we could update. These are the settings I use. All off. All off. Yeah, it's been working with Flight Sim for a while. It's pretty good, actually. And the defaults work pretty well. All off. All off. All off. And then just set this equalizer to, like, click on 8. Or click on 7. Maybe keep this one up. Put it like this. There you go. Because you don't need any of the settings. Because none of this is really made that help. Yeah, just turn it all off. All off. Yeah, because you don't. All you'd ever need to use, right? If the wheel's like overactive in the sim, like it's going crazy, then you can add in a bit of damper. That's it, and that'll make your wheel have a damper. But otherwise, have it all off and then just tweak your settings in game. Does the Moser Formula wheel... Hang on. Does the Moser Formula wheel what? Does that Moser Formula wheel leather feel comfortable? I'm hating how plastic and cheap my Moser feels. Leather plastic wheel. Show me your wheel. Is it real leather or is it plasticky? Should I upgrade my wheel today? Should I upgrade my wheel tomorrow? If I upgrade, will my wheel feel good? I need to know if the leather is good. I don't know if it feels alright, yeah. It sort of, yeah, it kind of feels leathery. It's the leather. That's Moser's new theme music. Oh yeah, so I use this with iRacing. We then use the Marvin's app. I need another cup of tea. Oh man, my chest's itchy chests. The KS wheel feel. I don't mind the KS wheel. Which one's the KS one? I must have recommended James's SimHub transducer setup 1,000 times. They all loved it. Yeah, we got a video if you on. Yeah, we did a video. The cheap Formula One. Wow. I need an ibuprofen actually. Have I got any? Oh, there we go. I need a drink though. I was thinking of yeah, £150 motion rig. I have 2 of Moser's cheap wheels. They're all good, they all do the job. I was thinking of setting up my camera to do and try and triple screen again, just for the funsies. Oh, do you know what I need to do actually? I need to check out. I need to make sure my XMP profiles work. Keep forgetting. Oh, we're back in the iRacing. What a beautiful place to be. Oh, who doesn't like the iRacing? Still having trouble with graphic performance, I'm not quite sure. We turn dynamic LOD off.
Sorry, Ivan, mate.
Ah, it is off. I want more particles. Shadow maps. I'm using a single 4K screen, yeah, with G-Sync. It's 120Hz screen. I don't know. I don't know why it's just a weird simulator for performance. Bosh. Bish bash. Bish bash bosh. Why V-Sync? Because I've got I have G-Sync on, so it's all I use G-Sync. You don't need with G-Sync. It's always below V-Sync anyway. You want Reflex plus boost. Hello, random call sign. Hello. How you doing? Guys, go and check out Random Call Sign's latest video on the new Logitech wheel. Logitech. We're totally not late to the party. Oh, what is it with these companies? Logitech. We've made a Formula wheel. Oh dear, Logitech. Samia. Thank you.
And play some RCC for that.
I'm not playing some RCC. Thank you very much, Samir. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Logitech need to do. I think the new wheel looks good, but there's absolutely nothing exciting about it. Oh dear. Oh, the pedals look good. Random? I didn't watch your video. I saw a bit of it. What do you think of the pedals? They look like they look really similar to RevoSim and there's some other companies using exactly the same thing. I wonder if they're all being made in the same factory. But the pedals look better than the expensive pedals. Pretty funny. Oh no, they were the most interesting part. Oh hello. That's how tyres work, guys. Ah, yeah. Will's a bigger shill than random call sign, so. I don't know. What I don't get with the sim racing equipment, right? If someone can spend £550, right? If someone can spend £500 on a force feedback steering wheel, they can pretty much spend £700, right? Like, if you're already spending £500 on a force feedback wheel and pedals, right? You might as well spend a bit more and get like 12 new, like, you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you might as basically, you either you're like on a real budget and you're not sure what you're getting, so you get like a G25 or something, and it's like, well, it does the job, it's great. Or you've then worked out that actually, oh, this is something I really like, so I'm now gonna, and it's something I'm already doing a lot of, so I might as well just get something that's actually, you know, will last you. Basically, they're going to be the best thing to do generally. So it's not €300 though, random, because you still need to get the wheel rim, and then you still need to get the. It doesn't come with the wheel for 300, does it? Or does it? I mean, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like, I think it's the problem. I'm not even saying it's not about Logitech. It's about all these wheels. Yeah, but my point is, you spend it. You still, so it's not 300, is it? It's not, all of them are like 500 with a wheel. So, yeah, exactly. So all of those are already at a price where you're like, well, hang on, you might as well just save up a bit more money. Do you know what I mean? That, like, if it's over £200, or even then, if it's over like £150, and you know you're doing sim rate, like, nobody's. It's because of the way salaries and stuff work and the way disposable income works. It's like. You know. The best cheap wheel, I don't know, like a G293 or something. Oh, the Logitech wheel has PlayStation compatibility. Well, that's quite good. So that makes a big difference, because there's not much there with the console support, so that could be quite a big thing. Yeah, I just think the thing is, right, if something, right, let's ignore pedals for now, and let's say well, really, even like the pedal thing, what you really need is $499, and you get like a nice pedals and like a sort of 9-10 Newton meter DD with good wheel rim support. I don't know, we'd have to break down the price brackets of this stuff, but I just like, when I had no money, it was a case of I have absolutely no money and I want the absolute cheapest wheel that works, and that was a Logitech G25, but there weren't many choices back then, right? As soon as you have a job, which is most people doing sim racing, they have an income, because otherwise you can't afford anything, right? You can't then afford anything. if you don't have a job. So if you have a job, it's like, okay, let's just put aside a small amount of money each month, and then we will get like a whatever the probably like a 12 Newton meter Simagic Moser, whatever. This is the thing. It's like you're just gonna be much better off. Well, if you're gonna do credit thing, then you might as well just buy like a Ferrari. The thing with Logitech stuff is it'll be in retail. So, you know, they know that people go into a shop, they'll see that wheelbase compared to other wheelbases, and they want to buy something that day. And they're people that aren't really thinking about it, and so they'll go into the shop and they'll go, "Oh look, it's a direct drive, and it's a lot smoother than the other one that's in the shop." So it's a comparison between what else is in the shop. That's what that's about. Do you know what I mean? That it's not for people that really are looking into it. Yeah, I don't use credit for stuff. Even stuff I should. I'm not really anti-credit. Yeah, it's random call signers as well. I think we're both Muslims. I'm like super anti-credit, even to my detriment, because there are quite a few things where you should take advantage of credit because it's actually cost effective. But yeah, I just hate. I think it's really exploitative as an industry. Yeah, you've got a child as well, Randy. That's the kind of credit you've had to pay hundreds of thousands of pounds, and then they can feed you with a spoon when you're old. So that's pretty good. I'm not sure if it's a good value, but I'm not sure how good value that is, but you know, it's something. Yeah. It's, I just think, you know, with all this sim racing hardware, it's just like I just don't care about any of it, really. Unless it's like something super duper different. What there's just unless the sims get better, what's the point? There's no unless iRacing improved its physics, what's the point? Unless Evo has better force feedback or physics. It's not that it's terrible, but it's like any of the wheels from the last 10 years, like even the CSL Elite back in the day, totally fine. like totally fine. You're currently looking for a new wheelbase. Yeah, the thing is though, Sediment Experience, what happens in the content creator hardware review space is that content creators are going to... Basically, the fact is that there's utterly marginal differences between a lot of the wheels, and the problem is the software, the video games that you're playing with it. And then, basically, a lot of it will come down to general software on the wheelbases that changes anyway. At the point of like doing a review, it changes. And then the pricing, for if you know what, if there happens to be a sale on, or if the price is good where you happen to be for that specific thing. And then like the pricing of wheel rims and what the sales and pricing of those are. And so the thing is, content creators generally, they're not really reviewing stuff because they give a shit about it. They're reviewing it because it's another product to review and it's a job. Like, you get money for reviewing products, you get more subscribers, you get more viewers, you get people buying stuff with affiliate links. So then you end up with like this, it's like a super crowded, noisy hardware space with nothing of any real difference. Like the mobile phone stuff, really. Like, really, there's not that much difference between a lot of the phones at certain price points. Because it's almost a commodity, right? And so then what happens is you then have like the companies that just happen to build the biggest brands, and then people sort of go to those brand companies. But it basically becomes impossible for a consumer that hasn't used all the wheels to actually come to any kind of reasonable conclusion. It's all just noise. Sim racing. To be honest, I'd say once you've got about 10,000 subscribers, then you're in a position that companies would probably want to send you stuff to review things. Or just do a good review. Do a good quality review of something. Then companies will be like, oh, that's good. It's marketing for them. But yeah, I think the sim racing space has very much got into the same sort of thing as the sort of tech mobile phone situation. Where so much of the stuff is just... So the issue is the video games themselves. It's VR's got the same issue. It's like, oh, here's a new VR headset with higher resolution and it's smaller, and it's like, okay, but what about the games you can... What you're actually doing with it? Oh yeah, don't worry about that. It's got a higher resolution screen. It's like, well...
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, what's the point? It's like the TVs. Oh look, this TV has 3% better contrast than this TV. Okay, what are you gonna watch? Oh, you're watching Netflix on it. Okay. Same with a lot of cameras. This camera has this focal ability and stabilization and these lenses and all this stuff. It's like, okay, what are you taking pictures of? Oh, okay, you might as well just use your mobile phone. You can take a much better picture with your mobile phone because it's on you. Exactly, yeah, random. That's the big problem with even triple screen still and VR, is you end up, your normal person is going to have to fiddle with it shitloads to get it to work, and people just don't have time for that. If you've got a normal life, you want to just jump in and go. Time is your commodity, not resolution of the VR headset. My next complaining video.
One more lap.
Right, you know, with a mobile phone, all you're going to do is have a bad conversation with someone. The phone's not the important part. What matters is how many DD girls you can phone up. Oh, I guess we're not getting that lap. Well, I like how a lot of phones now, right? They have really fast processors and do all this stuff, and yet they still like can be a bit slow in certain scenarios. It's like, well, for just messaging, like if you remember, a Nokia phone just for text messaging, right, would be super snappy. Like if the phone just worked. It wouldn't be speed up and slow down. It would just be like, right, I've turned my phone on. Oh, it's already on. Okay, send a message. now you have phones that are like 300 times a million times faster, and messaging slower. It's like, what's the point? Yeah, it's just full of bloat. That's what's happening with a lot of the sim racing hardware as well.
Checkered
It's
flag,
like
checkered flag.
these wheels. Some of the companies are like, they want to try and make themselves look different. So you then have like full force and true force and all these FEI effects, and it's all a load of bollocks. It's total bollocks. It's just marketing shit. It's not really useful to drive from, but it's all bollocks, and it's actually just confusing people as well. They're like, oh, why am I feeling this? What's going on? It's just made it worse. So, and then you have companies like Kunos that go, oh, we can't have the ability to change force feedback settings in the game. We don't want to expose the underlying force feedback because it will confuse the user. So we don't want to expose it. And then they implement true force and full force. And you're like, oh, so you will have completely arbitrary, totally pointless force feedback when you're paid, but not for something that's actually beneficial for the consumer. I get it. Anyway, that's just how it is, guys. It's just how it is. It's how the world works. Exactly, Andy B. I mean, we've got to a point where iRacing, you use a separate force feedback app to get so much better force feedback, requires a separate piece of software. And he was banned from the channel. I hope you only timed him out for a short time. Timed out. He's off to on a little holiday. But yeah, how mental is that? That you can get really good force feedback from iRacing, but you have to use a separate application. Oh dear. Exafos. Where can I find some force feedback settings for the Moza R9? Because since the new update, they put the house. Go type in amazing force feedback settings. In fact, I'll show you now quickly. Look at this. Here you go. You ready? You ready? So these are the incredibly difficult settings. Just turn everything to 0 here. All these to 0. Everything 0. You don't need any of this stuff. On the basic settings, just set the strength to what you want the strength to be. Wheel speed, have it on 100%. Maximum output torque limit on 100%, right? Set your wheel angle to whatever. And then just adjust this. Click 7 on it. Click 8 on that. That's it. And then once you've done that, so all these on 0. Strength, whatever you want your strength to. Wheel rotation to whatever you want your wheel rotation to. And then with this equalizer, just press 8. There you go. Maybe move that down a bit and this one up a bit. But like, yeah, 8 will do. And then, yeah, that's it. That's it. Then in your game, adjust the force feedback. And if the wheel feels a bit too loose, just add a bit of damper. There you go. It's that simple. It's genuinely that simple. And what you need to do is you need to be really, really skeptical of force feedback guides on the internet. Because there's so many people, or so many videos and
line up on the left side. The estimated
posts
strength
and
of field
things.
is 2,464. Pit road is closed. It's competitive out there.
People,
Head down, stay sharp.
There's people with so many posts and things of settings, and they've got this like damper and inertia because they're totally clueless as to why that would be a negative thing. Like, you can do whatever you want, but they're like, basically they're baking in a feel to the wheel rather than it being generated by the simulator. And they're like, oh, it feels like my road car, and then they're adamant that that's how it should be. Now, I'm not saying you fiddle around with the settings, do what you want, but
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
that is true, Theus, but it's kind of funny. It would be nice if other sims allowed the same thing. No, I do agree.
Waiting on the final cast grid.
It's kind of accidental though. I don't think iRacing particularly allow it. It's just that they have to put telemetry out for certain things because of all the motion rigs and everything uses it. So it's not that they allow it. I don't think iRacing actually like it, or originally didn't. But yeah. Oh yeah, there's so much rubbish about force feedback, and then you have like people saying stuff like, oh, it's all subjective, and it's like, well, what do you actually mean? Oh, you don't mean it's subjective. You mean people have oh, it's just ridiculous. So ridiculous. I don't know why it is with force feedback. Why? I don't get why it's so complicated for people. Or the worst thing is people putting information out that's just completely stupid. It's fine to do what you like, obviously. Just have fun, mess around with stuff. But it's people putting stuff out saying this is how it should be.
Go green, stay focused.
It's like, no, it should be however. Just do what you want. Maybe I need to do a force feedback video again for 2 people to watch. Nobody to care about.
Green, green, green.
Not going to get ploughed then.
Car right. Clear.
I like this Corvette GT3 car. It's weird because, from my understanding, these cars are complete shit in real life. But in all the sims, the Corvettes drive like how you'd want a BMW to drive, like neutral but a bit more immediate. From my understanding, in real life, these cars have terrible suspension. Maybe the race one doesn't. I don't know.
Slow car ahead. Go right.
Yeah, good job. I spin into traffic. That's why you have to take much wider avoiding action than you really want to. It's a nice spin though. Fair play to him. Well, I need a drink, guys. I slept alright last night, but I have like a headache and my body still hurts. Body pain is massive. We need to tidy up in here. The news is like depressing as usual.
You're in 4th position.
Jesus Christ, it's every day, guys. Every single day, you're like, oh, how can the bar be lowered? How could it possibly get worse? Not that it's all bad, but it's like it's just the amount of lying is the problem. Absolute bold-faced lying is really bad. Worse than it's ever been, I think. That's why I get annoyed with the sort of lying in sim racing, because it doesn't even matter in sim racing. There's no need for people to like not be honest in sim racing, so that's why I find it a bit annoying. There's reasons, in some ways, there's reasons to not be honest in real life stuff because there's, you know, very real consequences for a lot of people, but it's mental. Well, they got arrested. The people that did that, clearly terrible. Anyway, I don't want to get into politics too much. It is just depressing, isn't it? it's just so. We're in the 1930s, guys. Well, we're in the 1920s, but we are heading towards the 1930s so quickly, and I don't understand how. Why do we, as millennials, we learn all the lessons from like what parents and grandparents and what was like shown, right? So all the lessons, bloody hell, he's just moving straight to the wall. It's like we grew up with a really good general educational understanding of what happens if you have massive amounts of inequality and you don't actually allow for decent democracy, and you don't allow for like truth, right? If you make truth optional. So we know that as a millennial, you grew up with that. You grew up with all the lessons from what we learnt from World War II in the 1930s and 1920s, right? So we know exactly what happens. We know exactly what the consequences are. And then it's like, oh great, well, so that's nice. Now we know what's good to avoid. Oh, but actually, we're just going to repeat all the same stuff. Oh great, why not? Why not? But like, at least if you were dumb and ignorant, you could be like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, well, maybe it'll work out. You'll be fine. You'll be like, oh well, I don't know. But if you're like moderately educated as a millennial and you paid attention, you know exactly what's going to happen. So predictable. I think being ignorant would be better. Who could have predicted? I wonder what happens when you have a whole load of people that are politically and financially marginalised. Yeah, basically. Why I don't understand. What I don't fully get is why there's lots of people in a position of power that can genuinely do something, and why they don't. I know some people obviously try, but like, why? What it seems to be is that when enough time passes after, like, let's say after World War II, you have generations of people dying and everything. Maybe enough time passes so that you end up with more and more people that are absolute arses that don't consider the consequences, and they don't have the direct memory of the terrible things that happen. And there's a lot of people that can only learn or understand things if it's happened to them. Like this is a problem with like lack of sort of creativity, and there's a like interesting. It's very similar to what you see with like iRacing. There's a lot of people that can't see anything outside of what they're currently experiencing. Like they can't apply hypothetical critical thought to things, if that makes sense. Everything is just what's currently happening, and that's their window of focus, right? And that's quite a common human behaviour. So basically, you have something terrible in real life, like a war or something happens. Those people experience, the type of people that have no imagination, they experience it, and then they know from actual experience that it's awful and that you don't want that, and so that they're like, yeah, we can't have that, it's terrible. But they can only have that empathy or that knowledge if they've experienced it or been affected by it. And so what happens over time is,
There's an incident ahead.
after a certain amount of time, there's not many people that have experienced the terrible things that happen from awful stuff, right? And so they decrease, and so that allows them to do the same actions that are completely counterproductive. Or, you know, they'll be like, oh wow, it's only a little war, oh well, it's only a little bit of death, you know, they'll justify it because then it doesn't affect them, so they don't. It's a real flaw in human psychology. And it's exactly, weirdly, you see this in loads of things. It's the same thing you see in iRacing, where, like what I say about the physics in iRacing, right? You'll see a sizable number of people only be able to say, oh, well, you spun because of this, you spun because of that. They can't see the additional, they can't be critical about other stuff outside of one direct context. It's really, people are like it with lots of stuff. It's a basic flaw in thinking. Gertrude, yeah, maybe, but to be honest, I'm not sure if that's a bad thing. I actually think shooty video games, I'm a little bit questioning of. I'm not sure how good they are to have kids, like war stuff, pretty violent war stuff, be like glorified how video games do. So, it goes both ways. Like, do you remember the old shooters? They kind of didn't glorify war, mostly because they were basically the video games were they were copying Saving Private Ryan or like war films and things, which were generally actually quite anti-war in many ways. But then, yeah, it's not. I'm not against violent video games per se, but you know what I mean. Toxic masculinity, what's that about? I think that's just that. Yeah, I couldn't see a whole comment that came off the screen. A lot of toxic masculinity is just to do with insecurity. How am I suddenly second? Oh, it's just pure skill. When you're at my level, you can talk about philosophy and politics whilst driving around Alton Park. Easy. I mean, you know, us streamers are at another level. I mean, you had Jardier live streaming from a GT4 race in real life. Easy. When you're at our level, you know, we make a mockery of racing. To be honest, driving a car's like knitting. Probably easier. And a spin. Hello, Zorgmeister. But yeah, it's that aspect of a sizable number of people not being able to be empathetic or think about something unless it's happened to them. I think that is a really, really, really big flaw in humans. Like, people learn experientially and develop empathy experientially. I think a lot of people have to have that. And that explains a lot of terrible stuff that happens. Combine that with people, you know, the whole leopards ate my face thing, where people vote for stuff that's totally against their interests. I haven't, Samir, but I think we're on like 200 or something, which is awesome. Anything's anything's a bonus, to be honest. Yeah, the whole leopards ate my face thing. It's like when people vote for stuff that's entirely... And then they're surprised that the person was lying to them. It's like, well, hang on, it's a bit obvious. Here we go. We've got people catching back up with us. And well, that Jimmy Kimmel thing's insane, isn't it? Like, I mean, I'm not really a fan of Jimmy Kimmel, generally speaking, but like, it's outright censorship, isn't it? Like, just censorship. And then you can't claim that you're pro free speech and then remove comedians. Don't work. Like, you can, yeah, fine, if you're not free speech, it's not what you are, but don't say that you're free speech. Selective free speech is, you know. There's a really famous letter from, it's about the rise of Nazism. That's really worth reading. But obviously the people that need to read it won't read it. But basically, the summary is, think step by step. Step by step. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'd say I'm not like a. It's not even about if I like or dislike a comedian. I don't. We can't have any free speech on this channel, though.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, here we go. Out the pit he is, beautiful. Well, the thing with Kimmel is he's super anodyne and really quite conservative, right? So if if that's a voice you have to shut down, you know, there is no limit. It's not about money. It's about power consolidation and control, and then being able to just be a you know, some people just want to be in charge of everything. It's a game. Like, there's no limit to it. It's like, it turns into, well, why not? Why can't I be a Roman emperor? You know, why not? There's no rule to say I can't. So, and well, might as well go for it. There's nothing else to do. It's a lot of people that are just driven by power. They're not content people, right? And this is something a lot of people don't understand. A healthy, normal person is internally content, right? With, like, you don't need much to be content. Like, you're happy with food, water, bit of warmth, right? And a normal person is content with that. They're quite happy with that, and then they, you know, they want to just see people around them also be comfortable. Right? You have some people that are just not content. They never can be. So they always want more. There's no limit. And then the problem is, a lot of people don't realise the degree to which that personality type exists. Not that it's always bad. Like, you probably do need a degree of people that push things forwards and you know, take risks and do exploration on things. That's not necessarily always a bad thing, and maybe being uncomfortable and not having contentness to drive that might not always be bad. But if you then combine that with a system where someone can consolidate all power and potentially end up with the death of millions of people, then it becomes a bit of a problem.
0, 1.
So, yeah, I'm not sure why people seem to be unaware of the degree to which some people just keep taking. There is no limit. I don't know why. It seems that some people think that these people that are never content actually care about other people. It's like, well, why would you think that? There's been no demonstration of any of their actions that show they actually care about you. So why would you think they care about you? That I don't understand how people fall for this. It's so naive. Oh well. If everyone drank tea, lots of tea, it would be a much better place. Not with a bang, but a whimper. with a silent fart. Oh, we've got one more lap.
White flag, stay smooth. New bus flat for you.
Floyd Day, well that's a separate thing, isn't it? But yeah. It's kind of funny, yeah. The thing is though, right, stuff like the Emmys, the whole thing is set, that the thing exists as an advertisement for fame. Like, so the whole famous actor thing is part of the marketing of the business of that industry, right? So like the idea it's the idea that being an actor would be amazing, or the idea of being famous is amazing, and look at how pretty they are and whatever, and look at what they've got, right? That is part of the marketing. The idea of what someone externally would think being an actor would actually be. And that has like an allure to it, and that's the part of those award ceremonies is an advertisement to show people, oh, look at what these actors they're look at the sort of pomp and stuff. Look at all the golden things. Like, oh look, it's a kind of argument for more authority again, dressed up as a award ceremony. It's all propaganda. Like, it's all. Yeah, well, why would you want to? Like, if you're a successful actor, unless you're like a narcissist with a very shallow person, you want to go to. You might want to do an award ceremony for. There will be legitimate aspects to it of like, oh, that's great, that person did a good job, congratulations, let's recognise the good job they did. So, but then the sort of industry around these things takes the good thing, which is the let's celebrate people that have done something good, and then it stuffs it into shit, right? So that even people that are trying to be good are like forced to contribute to the shit. Like, it's almost impossible. Like, let's say you were a good actor. you don't want to be an arse because you actually wanted to be like, oh, that's really great. Like the other people did really good work on the project. This award means that they're going to get a bonus. It means that the film will probably do better. It means that the other people you're working with do better. It recognises the actual hard work that some people put into it. So you don't want to be an arse. So you're like, well, so then I'm dragged. You would be dragged into something that you know is fundamentally, basically a load of shit. That's how award ceremonies work. That's just how it because you can have them in anything. Someone will be a promoter trying to promote something for their own interests, and if you and they'll want to give awards out to the most popular and famous people to draw interest into the award ceremony. It's always just so stupid. So all these things are like sort of, they're always like, a lot of them are just so manipulative. That's the thing. It's like so much stuff is just so manipulative. Well, I mean, that Will Smith thing is insane. Like, I don't even know how someone can recover from that. Like, literally assaulting someone on camera. So bizarre. But I mean, that's just, yeah, there's also obviously a lot of unhealthy mental stuff goes on in that type of industry. Like, if someone is around, if someone from a young age is around like loads of people filming them and congratulating them, and they have to perform in front of an audience all the time, and then all their sense of self-worth would be built around that context, and they won't have developed it's quite likely that someone would then not have developed a normal sense of self-worth, so they have to get their self-worth from perception of what other people think, so they end up accidentally They end up buying into the artificial construction that's basically for making money fundamentally. And not everyone obviously that happens to, but that's one of the big risks of child actors, is that their child doesn't know it's all fake. So a child then internalizes the setting, and then thinks of it as like, oh, I'm being rewarded, I've done good, on a subconscious level. So it super messes people up. I mean, so this is also, it's like one of the problems of people that are really, really wealthy, is that they then end up, they would question if what they're doing is because they did good or because they just happen to be rich, right? So they can't develop their own sense of self-confidence and self-worth based off what they've actually done themselves. It's just weird. Well, that was a nice little drive. We could do another one. We'll get some more safety rating. Why not? I think children should have no sense of self. They should all feel terrible. I say put them in the chimneys. Get them cleaning. They're small for a reason. Is it a coincidence that a child can fit down a chimney? I think no. If they weren't meant to clean chimneys, they wouldn't fit in a chimney, would they? So, pretty obvious. We could get them coal mining, actually, because there's those coal mines where the shafts are too small. You wouldn't need to dig as big a tunnel because they're smaller. So you could really increase efficiency. And if you can start them off at 5 or 6, you're going to get more years of good labour out of them. This is the problem. These pesky labour laws, where people have to be 17 to work, right? Well, then you've lost 10 years of labour. You've literally lost 10 years of possible labour out of someone. 10-year-old with 5 years of experience. Exactly. Well, you're going to get you're already ahead of the competition. Also, a 10-year-old's not going to argue with you. So I say make coal mining great again. I don't think I would last in a coal mine very long. I could... I'm not a big fan of being deep under the ground. To be honest. I'm not a massive fan of being under the ground. If I worked in the coal industry, I'd have to work in marketing. Or maybe like I could be a lift operator. But yeah, I'd struggle to be a coal. I mean, you don't get to choose though, do you? Off you go to the coal face. I mean, Zorgmeister, it's basically the same as being doing a live stream, right? For like 10 hours, if you think about it. Pretty much identical. Like, think of the suffering that I have to subject myself to here. Like the dangers of the tire model suddenly throwing us off the track. Like this sort of thing happens. This sort of thing happens. This is like the coal mine. This is like a collapse of the coal mine here. Look the replay. Look at this coal. Look at that. And then everyone behind is dead. That's how quickly a coal mine can collapse. You just had Sainsbury's own brand potato waffles, better than Bird's Eye. Good to know. They probably put more salt in it. I might get another cup of tea actually. I had 2 bananas for breakfast. And I'm still hungry. Why is 2 bananas? Oh, my belly's coming out. Flashing muscle. Why is 2 bananas not filling enough? You would have thought 2 bananas would be quite filling. They're only small bananas out. It's like 1 big banana. Should we take a look at our Sim Racing Expo page here? We need to... oh yeah, so we're on 160. The total trip is 580. As I say, anything's a bonus, so I appreciate it. 200, if we get to 200, that's covered all our transport. If you want your name on our Sim Racing Expo content, if you want to be a sponsor of our Sim Racing Expo content, then yeah, if you donate today or whilst over the next any time before Sim Racing Expo, we're going to put names on the all our content. We need to design our actual sponsor page though. This is just for all the names we're collected, and so people know how much we've got from people. No, he hasn't submitted a logo. It's terrible. I think a 3-day ticket to Sim Racing Expo is like €60, but I think it's like, let's have a look. It's quite good actually, Sim Racing Expo. There's a lot of stuff there. I think you can have an alright time just dicking around with the hardware, especially if you go on the Friday. It's less busy. Here we go. I get if you're a dirty YouTuber, you get a free ticket. That's you know. Tickets. Here we go. It is. It doesn't say. Oh, here we go. Friday, $26. 26 euro. If you're a pensioner, which is most sim races, it's €10. Family ticket, €55. Freitag Familien ticket. I love German. Friday severely handicapped. Isn't that all sim races? I would describe myself as severely handicapped. Yeah. Anybody that does sim racing is severely handicapped, let's be honest. Well, hang on, where's the line? Like, how severely handicapped? That seems like surely just handicapped should be enough to get a reduction. Like, how severe are we talking?
3.
Oh, Floydan, thank you.
Go.
This is from Floydian 777 und Zeppa aka me myself and I will gladly put towards this Travis cost.
Thank you very much. Let me add you on the gold sponsor. Yeah, severely handicapped. I mean, to me, severely handicapped to me would be like, what's a severe handicap? I would say like paralysis. But then again, I've known paralysed people that are like on it. So I mean, severe sounds negative. Thank you very much. Oh, you want me to put Frank Zappa? Okay, fine. Bloody hell, God, what do you want? Yeah, you know. Fine, I will. There you go. I really appreciate it. I mean, if you'd lost an arm, is that severe? I mean, to me, that I would find that severe. For me, like losing a finger would actually be quite severe. That would bother me personally. Well, it'd be hard for Frank Zappa to sponsor us because he's dead. That makes it difficult, really. Frank Zappa is severely handicapped. Being dead is probably one of the largest handicaps, probably one of the least recognised, but most significant handicaps that humans suffer is being dead. How handicapped is he? Dead. Oh, okay, it's pretty severe. Yeah. I would. Aging's a terrible disease. Yeah, it means that you've had to It means that you've had to consume more information from idiots than other people. That's the real toll. It's not the cellular decay. It's the fact that you've had to witness and consume dumb conversations for longer. But. Sim racing should be quite an accommodating activity for various like degrees of able-bodiedness. So like it's quite a good thing because there's quite a few games where that's not the case. But driving can actually accommodate like quite a lot of people, which is nice. And they can actually still like compete and do stuff with other people. Whereas there's a lot of games where it's really hard to actually still be able to play the game with quite severe handicaps. Old jaded bitter twat. I think I might make a coffee. You know, I might go and grab a coffee before the next race. That'd be good. But we'll try and be cheerful here, guys. We can be stupid. Like if if the decline of everything is inevitable, we might as well enjoy the process. What's the other choice? Can always be worse. I mean, we could be floating around the vacuum of space, just waiting for the vacuum to remove all the gas from our fluid, from our bodily fluid. So it could be worse. You know, you could be drowning or something. That's always a good way of thinking of things. It can always be worse until it can't. Yeah, the other choice is being sad and depressed. I mean, who likes sad people? Why, you know, sad people are the worst. I say, I think we should round up all the sad people and throw them in a crater. Hello, Capsule. The timing. I had a mate who said everything is good and it all could be worse. It can always be worse, but it can also be better. So then you're back to where you started, aren't you? Yeah, it can always get worse. I particularly dislike cramp in my lower leg. That's pretty bad. I sometimes wake up with calf cramp, and that really hurts. It really, really hurts. Like wanting to throw up pain. So this is how I know I could never be a soldier or do anything like actually dangerous. Because I'm pathetic. I don't know why calf cramp is so bad. I think some kind of stomach cramps are worse. But calf, like if you have like really bad stomach pain, that tops it. But calf cramp is particularly bad. I don't know why. I've had cramps in other muscles. It's nowhere near as bad as calf cramp. It's maybe it's because it's quite a big muscle and it's one you use a lot, and maybe because of how it cramps, you can't move the bottom of your foot. I don't know. It's really weird. It's weird that it's particularly painful. Also, it happens in the morning, which is really annoying. Like 4 a.m. in the morning, and then you wake up and you're like, great. No, it's not. For me, it's not a dietary thing. I eat bananas and yeah, it just happens every now and again. It's normally my right calf as well. It's really weird. Never get it in my left. Yeah, you're all like asleep. But the nice feeling is afterwards, when it stops, is really nice because you go from like wanting to throw up to like, oh, that's nice that I'm no longer in that pain. So that's. But yeah, I was thinking, mate, if you could, yeah, no, I don't need vitamin tablets. I eat a really good diet. You need 10 bananas. Yeah. I eat a lot of vegetables and fruit and different things, so we're pretty healthy. Well, Lewis, you might have been vitamin deficient, so you could work out what vitamin you were deficient in. I don't know what your diet is. But who knows? You might have a specific thing with your body. It might be worth going to the doctors and finding out. Aren't bananas radioactive? Yeah, they've got potassium is radioactive, but not everything's radioactive to some degree. Some things more than others, but there's a general background radiation. It's like most fruit is alcoholic to some degree. I'm just getting a cup of tea. I'll be back in a second, guys. God, my muscles are hurting so much. I need to clean up in here. It's a mess. Christ. Got some yogurt here. Yogurt. Get your cow. Get your milk. Put your milk in a jug and churn it. Get your cow. Milk your cow. Put your milk in a jug. Oh no! I was singing the yogurt song. Thank you, Triple.
Trotz die Export-Trip GM.
Thank you. Triple Alec. Can you type your name in chat, please? Can you type your name in chat so I can copy and paste it? Really appreciate that. We need to add 20s. It's we're on 80, 180. Okay, really appreciate it. This is a well good way of extorting money out of our viewers. We're not going to Sim Racing Expo. I'm going to Dortmund Red Light District. Type your name in chat so I can put you in the on the list. Have I played Retro Arcade Races? I'm not sure. I think I played one of them. Triple Ek. Wait a second. Triple Ek. Type your name. Oh, your capsule. You're such an arse. TRI. Someone else type it for me. TRIPLEK 83. There we go. Thank you. You know, honestly, I can't remember words or letters or anything. It's just a lot easier to copy and paste. Copy and paste. It's why I love computers. I put up with Windows just because of copy and paste. Thank you very much. So this right here is just our funding page, but we're going to have the actual sponsor page on the content will be nicely presented. But we've almost covered all the transport costs. I really appreciate that. Normally we make all right ad revenue from Sim Racing Expo content, so I appreciate it all. This is a bit of an experiment to see if it's worthwhile, if it's better getting subscribers to suffer or trying to find a company to suffer. Have you played the Retro Arcade Racers Formula Legends Super Retro GP Circuit Superstars? I haven't. Have to check them out. I think last time I looked at it, the handling didn't look appealing to me. Beardy yogurt. Chin yogurt. That's what I thought, Neil, just from the videos. No like drift mechanics. Incredibly literal. On rails driving. I was talking to someone else about this because we were, well, they're working on something. Yeah, I don't think people care about handling of these things. Like, did you ever play World Rally Championship, the top-down arcade game? Oh, Art of Rally's not good. It's overrated. I'm not saying it's bad, but Art of Rally's super sloppy. It's just super sloppy handling. People are just idiots when it comes to physics. Yeah, dull. It's like, it's fine. I get what they're doing because. So what happens is. What the difficulty is if you want a vehicle in a video game to be snappy, even in an arcade game, the more snappy you make it, the harder it is to have a balanced slip state. Even in an arcade, even when it comes to arcade physics, right? It's actually quite tricky to have a balanced slip state. So what you can do, if you make the general grip lower, then basically you can make a power slide look like a drift, right? And that is a power slide, not an actual drift. And so, but that's basically by just lowering the grip in a sense. And that's enough to fool a lot of people. So good racing game design, arcade or simulator, things that actually happen quite snappy and involve quite fast, responsive control and input. It's the same with flight sims and arcade flying games. But the problem is, a lot of people find that a little bit tricky to initially get their brains around. So what they effectively want is something that's very literal and very
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
slow and sluggish. And that's the direction that everything's gone in. It's a real shame. The reason why I think things were good originally, or much better design originally, is because older games originally would, like the original arcade games, were snappy because you would play them using an arcade joystick. So people's expectation would be snappy and responsive and immediate. And so there was a direct association with video games, all video games being like that. And so if you didn't have that, it would be like, oh, well, this is unresponsive. This isn't, this is bad. But things have moved away from that. So I think this is why... that happened. Like, why accidentally I think things were quite snappy in the old days. And why now things have gotten sloppy. And the thing is... if you look at... most arcade games now use quite realistic physics engines. Even NVIDIA Mover, the NVIDIA Basic Physics, is quite sophisticated in many ways. Or even the built-in Unreal Engine physics. It's not realistic necessarily, but it's quite deep, like the physics. So people use those systems, and they don't...
One more lap.
It's actually really, really awkward to massage somewhat realistic and responsive handling out of those physics engines. You can do it. Some people have done it. There's some plugins and some blueprint projects for Unreal where people have actually done a really quite good job. But what's funny is if you mess around in Unreal Engine, you can literally see all these driving games. You can be like, oh, yeah, they're using the default Unreal thing and they've tweaked these values. And it's just like, oh dear. It's a real shame because I think it does make... It means... It's the difference between a driving game actually being compelling, I think, if you... Yeah, oh well. Ignorance is bliss, I guess. Then the understeer thing, I think it came from the idea that understeer is easier, which is just an absolute not. It's not true. It's not easier. But that became like a meme for gamepad input. The understeer's easier to deal with. It's like, why? Like, why would understeer be easier than oversteer? Really? I mean, at least there was also a period where it was like, oh, what we're going to do is have somewhat understeery handling, fine, but then a drift mechanic that then gets you oversteer handling. And so we can separate the two out like Mario Kart does.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Anyway.
I can hear you.
It's not that it results in... It causes more crashes, Capsule. Understeer... Oh, you mean in road cars? It's a whole different thing in a road car because you shouldn't be driving anywhere near the limit of the tyres. And if most road cars are front wheel drive, and so if you understeer, you can just turn the steering wheel and push the throttle. But I'm talking about video games. I'm not talking about road cars. Like, you shouldn't be at the limit in a road car.
One to go. Next time by. Line
Especially
up on, the left
on
side.
modern tyres.
The estimated
I mean,
SOF is 2,928. Closed. Pit road is closed. Let's take opportunities.
yeah, the problem is in a front wheel drive. As I say, front wheel drive cars are fundamentally not the same as rear wheel drive cars, and a road car and road conditions, that's a whole separate thing to a race car. I'm not talking about real cars here, we're talking about video games. Guys, when there's a conversation in a context, normally it's taking place in that context. Oh dear. In racing, understeer is pretty much always a bad thing. Look, you've removed...
Get ready. Going green.
If you've got the assumption that the driver has basic car control, anytime you have understeer, you've removed the ability for a driver to control the vehicle.
Pace car is off. Green flag. Green flag.
Yeah, stop saying stuff that pops into your head. It's dangerous. I never say stuff that pops into my head that I think's funny, but apparently other people don't. I never assume that other people aren't complete idiots. Oh, here we go. Probably should have qualified a bit higher. Please don't spin into me.
Stay on the right.
Please don't spin
Clear.
into me. Please don't spin into me.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. There's an incident ahead. Go right. Clear on the left. Go left.
Interesting moves.
You're in the top 10.
These cars just spin from the slightest of taps. If a driver farts in the seat, then half the grid explodes. Oh dear. At least sim racing is a welcome distraction to how terrible stuff in real life is. Praise be iRacing's netcode and tyre model. Thank you iRacing for giving us a good distraction. Appreciate it. Look at this Lamborghini. What a wedge. It's weird that more GT3 cars don't have the bars on the screen like you see with a lot of NASCARs and American cars. They seem to like to put the sort of tyre through window protector. I like this Hoover. Cheese. The nice thing with this Chevy is it actually responds to the pedals directly. It's not slopping all over the place. Again, I would really like to talk to a real driver of this car, because everything I know about Corvettes from any of the previous conversation I've had with anybody is that they are shit in real life. So it'd be interesting if they miraculously made an amazing GT3. The GTE one's really nice in all the sims. AC, LMU, I think it's LMU. The iRacing GTE, like, it's the nicest handling GT3 car. They're the most directly responsive to pedal input and steering input, and gets to auto neutral. So Porsches are pretty responsive, but then they have that, you know, the Porsche sort of lift off oversteer, which I like, but that's, you know, I wouldn't say they're neutral.
The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 31.264. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Well, GTE were rich companies' toys. GT3 are rich people's toys. Are the Corvette race cars actually developed by Corvette, like as an entire thing that they do, or are they like a partnership with something like? Do you know what I mean? How much is it Corvette? Obviously, all cars are partnerships to some degree with, you know, but like. So like for it doesn't the Lamborghini and the Audi, they use the same chassis, I think, don't they?
The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 31.085. You've just set your fastest lap of the session.
Catching up with these guys. Oh man, that yogurt felt good. Jesus Christ. Like I tell you, right, my mood is so much based on my blood sugar levels. This runs in my family. Like, my sister's hilarious when she's hungry. Like, my sister's generally like really positive and like, you know, like upbeat or whatever, neutral to upbeat, right? Right. And when she gets hungry, you don't want to be around her. It's hilarious. That seems like a bit of an evolutionary issue, because there's going to be plenty of times where you're pretty hungry. You're not going to want like a really grumpy bastard around you whilst you're trying to find to find food. Well, they're saying that if I was actively fishing, I'm generally quite positive. Like, I could be like not in a good mood, but I'd be hyper focused on getting food, if that makes sense, and generally, yeah. So maybe it's all right for me, but yeah, I'm not quite sure how it's helpful. Maybe that's the thing, is you get grumpy to motivate you to look for food, because then if I'm looking for food, I'm not really grumpy, I'm focused. I tend to get hyper fixated on individual things. How's it going, BRT? BRT!
The leader is running 31.165.
These guys are consistent. T1 is a right nightmare on this track.
You cut that corner and got a slow down penalty. Clear.
Tried to nip it a bit tighter. Kerbin said no. Do you think he'll leave the inside open?
Stay sharp.
No, I just went wide, and so we had to slow down. He was already catching us anyway. OCD as well. I don't have hyperactivity. It's very common for dyslexics to have attention deficit disorder. I've not been diagnosed as having ADD.
The car in T2 just set the fastest lap. 30.927.
I would imagine I'm somewhat on the spectrum. I mean, we tend to be quite happy doing the same thing non-stop, and tend to not mind talking about the same bloody topics non-stop as well. And tend to have an issue with being overly honest about things. That's pretty common for people that are somewhat autistic. What else? Everyone's on the spectrum to some degree. It's just a case of what's useful for for being aware of. I think there's a lot of like labelling of things that's not necessarily productive. I'm too lame to do championships. I don't really have the hyperactivity thing. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing with all these things, what really matters is what's the intention of an individual and what are they doing. Also, you have to think that there's going to be an infinite different learning styles, and people have different cognitive abilities, right? Some have just been codified due to the specific culture and way that things work. So, like dyslexia, that's only going to be noticeable, particularly if you have a society with like the type of writing and, you know, that kind of the structures that you have, or like the type of education. If all education was done by going on field days and like through music and storytelling and like field days of things and being shown stuff, you probably wouldn't notice if anyone was dyslexic. In fact, the dyslexic people would be like, oh, those people are not learning anything quick enough. So, you know, and there'll be an infinite number of subtle things. You know, there'll be like some people that are particularly good at picking up certain, like maybe they're really good at noticing different smells and things, or like
just set the fastest lap.
have very good
30.795.
certain types of memory and not other things, you know. So a lot of it is just to do with what's culturally normative, and then what's outside of that established cultural norm. I would really like more throttle oversteer with
Pick up
this.
the course. You've got to slow down and give
That
up
would be
that
nice.
time.
I'm really resenting the understeer. What's this? Oh, this car behind can brake me if he wants to.
Car right. Still there. Clear on the right.
He was already flashing his lights at me, so. And his ping looks good as well. Oh, it's a shame we had a penalty. I would have enjoyed defending this guy. Look at him lagging everywhere. Yeah, the point of diagnosing something is just that if someone happens to be struggling with something, you can go, here's some patterns for what these types of people that struggle with this type of thing tend to struggle with, and here's some processes that are useful that make dealing with those things easier. So you could go, oh look, there seems to be a group of people that struggle to read, even though they're particularly good at these other things, or they struggle to remember long strings of arbitrary characters, or they struggle, they tend to mix words around or whatever, right? So there seems to be a group of people that have this consistent thing. And then you can go, well, let's call them bibbidi-bobbidi people. Great. Now, what kind of things can we do? What kind of things can we do that can help bibbidi-bobbidi people? Well, it turns out if someone can't look at a board and write stuff down, well, don't make them look at a board and write stuff down, put stuff right in their face. If they're struggling to read, well, yeah, you're going to have to spend more time and look at ways of where you can break down words and language in a way that's, you know, so that's the point of it. So that's there's this sort of what's happened, I think, partially is that there's this kind of, it's a tribalisation of things like ADHD, dyslexia, autism or whatever. It's like a tribalisation of it and an ownership of it. And then with the whole sort of TikTok type thing, it's like oh, I've got Tourette's, so I'm in the Tourette's club. This means this means that. Or, you know, do you know what I mean? And it's like, someone might have Tourette's, they might not have Tourette's, or they might have dyslexia, they might not, you know, whatever. But the point, it's kind of like, it's about tribal, it's just people want to tribalise everything. It's really weird. People are stupid. It's not, yeah, so like, the thing is, for sure, there's utility if someone struggles with a certain thing, for them to find other people that struggle in a similar way can be quite useful, because you can then go, oh, you found this useful, or I found this really hard, and you understand, you have actual experience of what that's like, and so that can be quite nice for a lot of people. But again, this also comes back down to what I was saying, is that a lot of people can't understand things without experiencing them. They don't have abstract empathy capacity or abstract thought capacity. They have to experience it. So, you know, I can imagine what it's like some people can imagine what it's like for different people to experience things without them having to experience it, but some people can't. So as a result, that tribalisation aspect will be even stronger for the type of people that can't empathise without experience. So that further muddies the tribalisation component
The leader
of it.
is running.
I hate humanity.
069.
It's so stupid. Humans are screwed. Okay,
All
fair
right.
play. I was too slow to defend that.
Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right.
Good move by him. Nice overtake. Sorry I moved across there. I was too slow to defend. I didn't see it till too late. Too busy talking. This understeer is gonna. I want to put my throttle on.
Slow down. You got a penalty?
I want to
Cutting
put
the
my
course.
throttle on and then counter steer the oversteer to go faster, which is dumb because this is iRacing, and that wouldn't even make me go faster in iRacing. But it's what I want. Don't know why I'm expecting different action each time I do the same thing. What? Why is that funny? No, you're you're mixing up different things. Someone talking about tribalisation in terms of people. Well, I don't even know what you're. I don't even see why that's funny or ironic. Also, to be clear, it wasn't just the British that were imperialistic arses. A lot of France, Spain, Portugal, the Vikings. I mean, they did a pretty good job.
Stay smooth.
You know, the Brits were just really good at it because they were an island, so they were pretty good at building boats and probably, I don't know what else they did. Probably good at stealing stuff. Well, it's all the Vikings. We had all the Viking skills. Yeah, so,
Thank you.
you know, it's actually insulting to, like, especially the French. The French would definitely consider themselves to have been very significant in empire. Can't give all the Brits credit for imperialism. Other countries were pretty good as well at exploiting vulnerable groups around the world. Brits just did it with a cup of tea and a good accent. Oh, here we go. 2 for the price of 1. You ready? See, you just can't take advantage of things.
GG, John. Strong pace. Strong pace.
With the GT3 cars, you just can't take advantage of stuff. Oh, here we go. This could be interesting. Let's see what happens here.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line.
You're honestly going to pit maneuver me? Are
Clear
you
on the left.
kidding?
Car stop on the right. Go
What
left.
are you doing?
Car on your left.
Right, are you anytime you
All right,
use
there's
any
ticket
skill
flag.
in this
You've got wheel
game,
damage.
any
Bring it back
skill,
to the pits.
any
We're going.
racecraft,
You've got damage on the left
anytime
side.
you use racecraft in this game, you get punished. It's insane. It's so ridiculous. I don't get it. We perfectly got this. We called this from here because you could see they were battling. It's insane. We saw what they were doing and we're perfectly here. We're like, okay, right, this is a great opportunity to go up the inside. So we line it up perfectly. He's like net coding, lagging us, and then he's pinning it. He's pushing me across the finish line sideways. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. Every time you race in iRacing, I mean, it's just a game, but any time you do anything like remotely skillful in iRacing, I was like one of those pensioners being pushed along by a bus. By the way, we still beat him. We still beat them. He pushed me across the finish line and we still beat them. Noob. Oh dear. That's quite entertaining. I was trying to get safety rating. Mate, I can hold anything. I can hold anything. Look at the camera in the cockpit. This is the perfect music. The just holding the slide here. What kind of drift is this? Like a new type of tandem drift? If you push the car, his body works in my face. If you push the other car across the finish line, they're still going to beat you. You have to like punt them, not push them. He's got it wrong. I thought that was I'm proud of staying in front of that guy. I think we netcoded on him, but also he was so slow. This first contact is just a bog standard contact. Like, they've already knocked into each other here. They're going really, really slow. And we've come over and he's... You know, he's turning to the right. He's got plenty of space. I think that's as much netcode as anything. Just a little... That's fine. You know, it's just a race contact and then he's gone... He's got a little bit unhappy. This is where he's gone... Thanks, Niels. This is why I don't like the Dutch. Do you know what? I am tired of the Dutch puns. Why do Dutch feel like they have to make the worst puns constantly? What is it with the Dutch? Andy B, thank you.
Go!
Few quit towards your trip, mate.
Need it back at
We
some
will
point.
need it back at some point, though. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Andy B. Right. Thank you. Oh, you got you. That's a bronze. I almost put you on gold. Silver. Thank you very much. Yeah, as I was saying, this at the moment. This is just what we've got here. We're going to do for the actual sponsors on the thing. Will be presented nicer because I know how much you guys care about that. What's this? 185. Thank you. Really appreciate it. As I say, this is all like a bonus to me. Like we normally manage to make a little. Like we normally cover costs from Sim Racing Expo with just YouTube ad revenue from content, and normally manage to make a little bit. I wouldn't say it's good business, but really appreciate you guys supporting though, because it does mean that we actually aren't just throwing away money. Thank you very much. Also, it means that I don't, as I say, the having you guys sponsor it means that I'm not having to go to like a specific company necessarily. I don't mind. It's good getting sponsors from companies, but I like to find companies that are generally outside of sim racing, and then it's like, well, what value are you actually offering to them if it's outside of sim racing, a sim racing thing with sim racing content, you know? So it's a difficult one. Did Stang apologise in the game? I don't know. Thank you very much, Andy. Appreciate that. No, he didn't apologise. I contacted Yorkshire Tea, so I'd quite like to have like a tea company sponsor us and stuff. But again, it's like, well, how much value are you really offering them? Yeah. Well, the problem. So, I mean, the difficulty is, right. So the reality is, you are the. I mean, we talk about this all the time. Sorry to repeat myself, but the people have a real misconception of the biases, and I would actually argue that if you actually had sim companies, for example, pay you for reviews, that is arguably less biasing than if you have an affiliate link, because you absolutely know with affiliate links that you'd be biased towards Logitech, Thrustmaster, Fanatec, games console stuff, and probably worse things that are generally more popular because they're worse and so they're just marketed more, right? That's how it works, right? Formula One, you know, whatever, the worse something is, the more it'll be marketed because it has to be marketed more because it's worse and people need to make money out of it, so they spent more money on it to market it more, so you make more money if you part that marketing, right? So affiliate links, you will make more money out of the worse something is, so the bias will be for affiliate links, really. It's a much bigger bias. Like, you can make hundreds of thousands of pounds a year with affiliate links, right, in the sim racing space. You're probably not going to make that if you charged, let's say, £1,000 to £5,000 for a like a review or product coverage, right? So the bias is not as apparent as many people would think. And then the other bias, that the actual real bias, is to be neutral and anodyne and not critical, because it makes you more likable, it's less mentally taxing, and you'll get more subscribers, you get more donations, you get more support, people like you more, right? So the bias is not in direct shilling, ironically. The bias is just being like an influencer. Look at the most successful influencers and then just see, are they particularly critical? No, they're not. Well, why do you think they're more successful influencers? I'm not saying sim racing, across everything. It's just how it works. You're going to get invited to more stuff. More companies will feel their marketing departments are going to be like, well, there's no risk if we invite them along that they would say something. You know, that's just how it works. So a lot of people don't understand that component of things. They think it's like, this company has paid this person and now they're only going to say positive things. It's such like a childish view. I'm not saying anyone in chat has that view, but like, that's the kind of view that you see promoted over the internet. Like when you do one video, for example, and I've seen Will get this as well and other people get this, like Random Call Sign, Will, Dan Suzuki, I've had this as well. You do one positive video on like a game or a piece of hardware that you thought, oh, this was quite good, so I'm actually covering it because I like it because I'm a sim hobbyist or whatever. And then you get all these comments going, oh, how much did they pay you? Some of them as a joke, but some of them are literally like, it's like, oh dear, like, it's so, you know. So, yeah, I don't know what you can do. Polemic opinion, that's a timeout. I hate tea the way they do it in the UK. Every time I tried it, it tasted of a fish. For a country that hates fish, they drink a lot of fish-flavoured water in milk. So I think what you're, Zorgmeister, I think what that is you're probably... so when tea's... the water that you make tea with affects the flavour of the tea quite a lot. But also certain teas have more of a bitter taste to them. And so that fishy taste that you're probably talking about is probably like more of the sort of like iron or like some, it could be like tannins that are in tea as well. But like, I know what you mean. I think it'll probably be where you've had the tea and what water they have. So the water across the UK tastes very different in different areas, which will affect tea. Also, if you make tea in like a cafetiere, for example, you can get like a flavour from the metal on the cafetiere, gives the water more of a sort of flavour to it. And then also what you boil the water in, and if you've used filtered water, and if the water's hard water or not. So, if a tea tastes kind of fishy and tangy, then you could put more milk in it. Would generally round off the flavour more, because like it's fat and oils tend to give things more of a rounded flavour profile. But I know what you mean. But I think I say it's water and probably the type of tea. So Fish tea. It's the best. But also, you probably had like PG Tips or something, or one of those. They're not very good, I don't think. Like Twinings and Yorkshire tea is quite nice. Yeah, you were probably ripped off. But yeah. Dude, you just get a Yorkshire tea bag and pour boiling water on it and add a bit of milk and yeah, you're good. It's not that hard. It's the mindset of the people, the tea haters. I appreciate that. I mean, if you're going to get 4x, you might as well do it properly. Fair play to him. Well, funny thing is, I personally quite like instant coffee. When's the next race of this? I was trying to get a safety rating here. 10:45, okay. We've got 10 minutes. Yeah, I like real coffee as well, but I also like instant coffee. I like the different flavours. I like it. No, I have a coffee machine and a coffee grinder and different coffee beans, like for nice coffee beans, selection of coffee beans, fresh coffee and everything. But I just like it's a different flavour. It's fine. Oh yeah, there was what happened here? Boop. Crunch. Just the way that everyone just spins when anything happens. Bonk, bonk. Look at this size of the radiator on this car. You can't really see it in the Porsche in the front. Back to eye bowling. We're getting some eye rating. Mod, you want to like this stream? You don't really. Nobody wants to like this stream. I need to tidy up. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to move. I can't believe we went on one jog 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I went to the jog. Went on a jog. Went to gym, and then my body's just killing me for it. That's what I get for 2 weeks off. So pathetic. This is why I'd never be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I would never be pumped. Isn't that weird with those bodybuilders? Like, I wonder I wonder how you get that obsessed with that specific thing to that degree. I mean, it's almost like someone that spends all their time playing driving simulators all the time. Well, it's not just motivation. It'd be like, because I can totally get being like, I'm going to bodybuild. Great, and you see progress, great. I understand that, and I can see the sort of reward from, it's a little bit painful, but then it's not, and then I can understand that. But then I'll be like, well, I guess you just get into the competition thing of it as well. But did Schwarzenegger have a job as well? Or did he just go to the gym was he just in the gym all the time? Was that his job? Like, what did he do before? Because he was in his 20s and then he became an actor, right? Like, how do you do professional bodybuilding? Like, presumably he had a job as well. Or did he work? Didn't he work with his dad or something? Was he a plumber? You have a problem with your plumbing. Your plumbing is broken. Let me get this spanner. This spanner is too light for me. It looks like your plumbing is broken. Your toilet is blocked. We need to get to the chopper. Oh dear. Yeah, didn't he live in Austria or something in like a basic house? Get to the boiler! Yeah. I like to go to the gym. It is like I am coming. Every day I am coming. So stupid. There's some really funny stuff with him. You don't understand. Didn't he fight in the Vietnam War? Wasn't he built by like some kind of giant corporation in the future and then teleported back into the past? Pretty sure that I'm sure that was in his autobiography. Sarah Connor, I am the Terminator. Come with me if you want to live. Oh dear. So good. Ozzy! Excuse me. We don't accept.
Go.
We don't accept that money.
We all know coffee is better than tea. P.
Thank you very much. But I can't accept that message. Didn't happen. I'm pro free speech, but we're gonna have to cancel you because you said something I disagree with. But I'm pro free speech. I'm pro free speech, but you said something I disagree with, so I'm gonna have to cancel you. But I'm pro free speech. Thank you very much. I've added you to the gold. Oh, hang on. We might have hit 200. We could add some tea. 95. Well, we're 5 off. We're 5 off 200. We've covered our transportation. Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm just going to pretend Australian dollars and British dollars. It's good enough. I hate free speech. 2 minutes till the next race. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Even if it's dirty upside down money. Is the head on the wrong side? So you have to turn your money upside down. You have a queen. Oh, do you have the king on yours or the queen? You have the British. Oh well, I can relegate you. I can relegate you to the other category. British dollars. Dollar is just another word for currency. Yeah, you have the queen still. Imagine being dead but still on everyone's money. I think we should replace the face on money with something funny. Like a fish. A fish's head. That'd be good. Oh, different animals would be good. That'd be cool, actually. Yeah, like different animals would be awesome. Like a Tempe could be like a stoat. You could have a horse on like a £5 note. And then you could say to people, that'll cost 5 horses and a stoat. That'll be 1 raccoon, 5 horses, a stoat, and a baboon. Ah, that was a lot of money. I was only expecting it to cost 5 squirrels. It would feel like you were in London. Cockney rhyming slam. Do I need to relegate him to the £5 category before I forget? We'll do that now. I'll forget otherwise. Relegated. Your filthy, worthless Australian currency. It's worthless. Absolutely. Typical Australians with their fake money. We'll go. Thank you very much. So technically we're on 90. So we're 10 off. Awesome. Thank you. Bloody Australians. The more I think about it, and the more likelihood that World War III is probably going to happen, or at least things will just get terrible, maybe moving to New Zealand's a good idea. I know New Zealand's not Australia, but it's kind of in your backyard. I mean, I know New Zealand's about the same distance from parts of Australia as, like, Turkey is from the UK. But I put that to one side. You know, you could live in the outback. Granted, you get eaten by something, but maybe that's a good way to go. Alien invasion, I'm up for that. Everything's expensive. Yeah, you do have better quality of life from what I understand in Australia. A lot of people do. Obviously, there's a lot of the similar issues that everyone has everywhere. House prices. I know there's like big problems with government and stuff, but I think from everybody I've talked to that lives in Australia and has also lived in Europe and the UK, quality of life is a lot better for most people on balance. The difficulty for me with Australia, and I speak to quite a few people that do like YouTube and stuff. The time zone thing is a massive problem, and then all events are like America and Europe, and Australia's just out away from everything. Yeah, poisonous animals tend only to bother you if you bother them. That's the thing, is often more. I don't know if you mean poisonous or venomous, but like often the more venomous something is, or the more poisonous it is, whatever. The more chill it is, because it's like, well, if you want to test me, you can. It's the like sea snakes are like one of the most venomous creatures, but they're chill. They're super chill unless you piss them off. Yeah, that's why you have to watch out for badgers. They're not that venomous, and that's why they will just jump out of a bush and start eating your face. You know, you'll just be like, I'm out for a nice little walk, and then that's it. Nose is gone. Badger attack. I don't know why the government doesn't warn people about them. We really need like badger sirens. I mean, there's lots of poisonous things, like all over the UK. There's so many like poisonous plants. People just don't realise. I saw that sign though. Yeah, that badger took it like a champ. It was getting stomped, and it's just like, I'm back, I want more. The elephant's like, I'll back this. Got kicked, stomped on. Ooh. Oh. Morning. I need to get some motivation to tidy up. It's a shithole in here. Worth having fun Alton Park though. We're also trying to get to A safety rating so I can do IMSA stuff. Berries from laurel bushes look exactly like blueberries but contain cyanide. Well, yeah, I don't know how much cyanide they contain now. It's like apple seeds contain cyanide, but you'd have to eat and chew like 3 cups worth. A lot of these things are like, by the way, I'm not a doctor, obviously, so please don't eat anything. But like a lot of these things are, so like mushrooms, for example. There are mushrooms like a death cap mushroom, which by its name is kind of a clue. If you eat like a whole one of them, or even like half, I think you can end up severely ill, if not dead. But then there's a whole bunch of stuff that's classed as like deadly poisonous, but you would have to eat like a basket of it. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like it depends on with poisons. It depends on your weight as well, your size. Blessed be filing accounts. Holy 52 months of despair and misery, and lo,
sadness has consumed his soul, but he is blessed with the force feedback glory and joy of Newton meters delivered through wrists.
Thank you very much, filing account. That is really
Green flag, green flag.
52 months. 52 months. That's like, how many years is that?
Okay,
That's
here
a long
comes your first
time.
time lap.
Thank you very much. It's very sad. I think we need to send him off to the gulag. That's hostage. Don't tell me the years. It's at least 3. Over 4 years, yeah. 4 years of this shit. Can you imagine? I don't even want to be doing this for 4 years. If someone said to me, you're going to spend like 8 years doing sim racing content, I would have told them no. I'd have said no. No, I won't. Oh, I did. Locked in a cage with Lucifer. Yeah, what was we saying? Oh yeah, poisonous plants, yeah. Like, there are a whole bunch of things which will super mess you up, but a lot of it's more that if you were a kid eating it, and or you had like a reasonable quantity, or you ate it over a period of time. Some things though are like insta fail.
One more lap.
The only time I've been poisoned by food was eating oysters that had gone off. And that was pretty brutal, to be honest. That was pretty bad. That was terrible. I wonder if that did permanent damage. We'll never know. I mean, we can tell we're perfectly normal. You get every sick. What you're getting sick from in the army? Some of the vaccinations you get in the army are brutal. There's a whole bunch of vaccinations, especially if you're going to go to like Africa or Egypt and things. There's like yeah, there's a bunch of vaccinations that are obviously in the army as well. They'll just give them all in one go. So you'd be like, great. You'd have like a week of feeling pretty awful, I'd imagine. Obviously, the consequences of not taking them would be a lot worse, but...
Alright, there's the checkered flag.
Can you get rabies in Australia? Imagine a rabid kangaroo. Imagine an army of rabid kangaroos. I have been food poisoned my whole life as my spawner could and still cannot handle food. What's a spawner? Leaves it out, defrosts it in 30 to 12 hours. I don't understand what you just wrote there. Was that like Australian? Oh, you're okay. Terrifying, exactly, Matty Matt. That would make you concede. You'd be like, I surrender. Too late now. Ooh, kangaroo tastes quite nice, actually. Can you eat rabid meat if you? Because isn't it just in the saliva and the nervous system? So if you, I guess you could cook it and it might be all right. So that's a positive. You could eat the kangaroos. Yeah, kangaroo does taste quite nice. Yeah, I've had kangaroo burger a few times. I think it's quite similar to deer. Oh, thanks, King Carrot. You do realise that people are going to have to be at least 40 to get that joke. I have a cunning plan. I've never had croc. Does crocodile taste like... Is it fishy? Or like chicken? Well, maggots will only eat the dead stuff, or supposedly the certain. Actually, it's not all maggots, is it? Certain types of maggots will tend to eat the rotting stuff, so maybe it's not that bad. And you can eat maggots, so if you're hungry, you're hungry. Oh yeah, it's like crocodile has a lot of fat on it, doesn't it? Ugh.
One lap to green. Line up on the left side. The estimated SOS is 3,129. Pit road is
We
closed.
are, yeah, pretty
A lot of
old.
opportunities today. Head down. Pick
It's
your
all
battle.
sad. It's all sad
cars
old
left to
people
green.
here. All
Good
like
luck, everybody. Let's take it nice and cool.
all miserable people.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Overly critical, miserable people.
Waiting on the final car.
We won't
to
have
grid.
any naive positivity in this place. That always surprises me, actually, when I do stuff with like younger people, how like positive they can be. I was never positive. Like I was always super cynical, even when I was like a teenager. Like I haven't changed. I never understood people that were so like naively positive about everything. Not to be negative, but do you know what I mean? Just like I never understood it. Like people that even at school and college and stuff, people that just went along with all the bollocks and they were like didn't even question it. It's like, yeah, I never got it. It's really weird. Like I think by the time I was like 13 or 14, I was like, oh, okay, this is all made up. I think some people don't realise it's all made up. But look at that grass on the left. That looks nice. Some like plants wobbling in the wind. They look nice. Not to be no. Well, no, there's been positive. There's a difference, isn't there? Like, I think you can still be positive. There's a balance, isn't there, between being like, yeah, is it? It's not really about being positive or negative. It's just. My thing, I would say a good thing to be is an optimistic, a pessimistic optimist, an optimistic pessimist. So you like expect the worst of everything, or like not that you expect it, you don't will the worst of everything. You have no expectation of things to be good. You're just like, oh well, they are what they are, and whatever happens happens. And
ready,
you don't preemptively expect negativity. But then you prepare yourselves for things to potentially be bad. Basically, a sort of stoic view, I think, on these things is a good. I think that's probably the healthiest.
The pace car is in. Green flag, green flag. Car right. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear on the right. Right side.
Sorry for the
Still there.
0x there.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the right.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't mean the contact there, Tom. Sorry. I love this particle effect. At the moment, this is the best thing in iRacing for me, is the particle effect. I've always liked particle effects in games. I don't know why. It's just something that always looks awesome in 3D games. I'm really surprised more games don't do more of it. Apologise too fast, yeah. Shit. 1.5 second apology. What a fail. I don't think you have to be optimistic to do stuff that where you think that a negative or a non-positive outcome could come from it, though. Like, so you do something that you know is the right thing to be doing, or you know it's unlikely that that you'll get the desired result. But so this is where humor and irony comes in. Is that you can do something that you think probably won't work, but you might want something to happen. So, seeing the humour in failure is really good. I think that's maybe what a lot of people are lacking. Like, if I didn't have a sense of humour, I wouldn't be here. I genuinely wouldn't be here. I'd have given up. But you know, a lot of things are genuinely like. the irony of stuff is absolutely hilarious. It's just funny. It's so stupid. I think that's another reason why I get really annoyed by people that don't like humour or jokes, or that try to, when you're making jokes or you're being humorous or you're being playful.
There's an incident ahead.
People that try to turn that into negativity, I really dislike that. Once again, it's people completely unaware that they're actually doing something incredibly evil. They're the worst people. They're not evil people that know they're being evil. It's people that are stupid that don't realise that they're doing evil or enabling evil. They're the holy shit, the curbing in this. It is, the curbing causes the tyre to go over, doesn't it? Gone. That's so weird. Seems like a bit of an issue. Yeah, people that don't realise that they just terrible. That's crazy that the curbs caused that physics state to happen. We weren't even doing much, and it was got off. Physics off. It'd been far too long before I reminded that we were playing iRacing.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 31.785.
It's different. It's a different issue. To the AC curb thing is a different thing. Weird. So ironically, the AC curb thing is actually something that does happen in real life, just nowhere near to the same degree. You'll notice in AC, if you go on the curb and you're not on the throttle, it won't have the problem, and it's also not every car. But yeah, there's a couple of things going on there. I'm not saying obviously it is an issue, but the iRacing thing is to do, I think, with this car, is to do with the suspension compressed, like bouncing or compressing quickly, and then that pushing a tyre over the limit, which then you can't recover from.
If we drive a little bit slower, it's only 13 laps.
Yeah, I think, well, AC and ACC have always had weird suspension things, haven't they? Which I just don't understand. Like, that would be interesting to have a conversation with Stefano if he doesn't want to murder me. Would be like, why specifically has Kunos struggled with suspension? Like, or why is it hard when many sims seem like R-Factor 1 and lots of sims have done suspension perfectly fine going back years. Some kind of like damping or something, or I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
You've just set your fastest lap of the session.
Well, so in AC1, you have the, I think you've got the one contact patch plus the suspension, I think causes the issue. So you end up with a sudden change. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird that the cars, yeah, they kind of feel a bit stiff.
Okay, we need to pace up a little bit. P3 is coming.
Did you guys watch that BeamNG tyre model video with the guy trying to make a tyre model out of the rigs and rods system? I got halfway through it. Just seemed interesting though. I feel with like tyre models and physics, I really, every time I think about it, the more I'm like, what is the point of complex, what's the benefit of really complicated tyre models? So I've had interesting conversations with people that work on tyre models, or do physics stuff for like private simulators, like top end stuff, right? And in theory, you know, like a finite element constructed tyre, in theory you can get better data from it, in a sense, right? Okay, fine. But from a video game perspective, I don't see why. I don't get it. I don't see the point. If you can do AMS1, like Pajenka curve based.
Okay, we need to speed up more.
My goodness. If you can do if you can do like a slip curve that behaves properly, lateral and longitudinally, like AMS1, right? Why, given that 99.9% of sim racers can't drive at the limit properly, why do you need anything else? Like, most people are driving in the dry. Like, fair enough, for your video game, you might want to have wet conditions. But yeah, just have the track grip go up and down. No one's going to notice. So just have the track grip, the number variable goes up and down, and you can even have like a racing line modelled onto the track, which doesn't need to be dynamic because racing lines are pretty much always going to be the same for all practicality. So what's the point? I don't get it. I genuinely do not get these advanced time on. The more I think about it, it's like most people are going to be doing sprint races as well. Even if you're going to say stuff like, well, you know, tyre wear and things, it's like, well, okay, well, you can have a variable for the length of time and slip that you do affects the tyre wear, and then just adjust it depending on the tyre that you want to sort of copy. I mean, maybe you can make an argument for like when you have more advanced car setup options and how that affects how a tyre performs. But then there's no sim with any of the advanced tyre models that don't have car setup issues. And then I think you could even make an argument from a video game perspective. I think you could even make an argument that you're better off just not having open setups. If you're doing sprint racing, and most racing that most people are doing, just have a fixed setup. It's going to be better for people. So, and then, like, so let's say you've got Pajenka tyres, like AMS1, great. You still have to do good suspension. You still have to do a whole bunch of. You still have to build the car systems, the drivetrain, everything else. You still have to make a good simulator. You still have to make the cars good, which is a huge effort. But then it's like, okay, then actually build gameplay around that. Spend development time on AI.
Fuck, I hit the barrier. Yeah.
I just.
I'm safe then.
Yeah, I don't.
45 degrees up, so good race, good luck.
I do think there's a marketing thing though, like there's definitely this sort of snake oil Gish Gallop that sells simulators to idiots in sim racing.
The car in P1. Just set the fastest
There's
lap.
definitely a large part of the sim racing audience that will see like they will be like, oh look, this simulator has these advanced tyres, so it's better value or it's better, and so people will buy it based off that. The idiots in sim racing, where? It's just how gullible sim racers are, as what, like, people that are otherwise pretty like clever, not stupid people, but then they somehow like imbue the sim racing stuff and real motorsport as if it's like entirely out of reach of basic critical thinking. It's really weird. It's really strange, like. So like Dave Perel does a video, it's not a bad video, talking about how maybe different sims have different tyre compounds, and obviously the cars will handle different if a sim's trying to simulate those different tyre compounds, which is a reasonable point to make, and I agree with what he's getting at, obviously, but it's completely beside the point of what's relevant to a simulator, right? Because at the end of the day, the fundamental physics code is so much more significant over the handling and nature of the vehicles versus the specific essence of one tyre compound over another, or like one type of tyre, right? But what you get now, every other day, if we talk about one sim versus another, because a whole bunch of people have seen Dave Perel's video, they then go, oh well, how do you know what compound the sim's simulating? It's like, because it's so stupid. The degree to which people do not apply thought to stuff and just repeat things is maddening. It's absolutely crazy. Like, when I see negative comments on my channel as well, I would wager 95 to 90, not almost all of them, probably all of them, but pretty much almost all of them, is not a person saying what they think. It's them parroting some argument from authority, which is, it's really weird. Instead of them going, oh, I really enjoy how iRacing's tyres are unforgiving, and I like how it makes you focus, and I like how that pressure makes it more immersive for me. I also prefer driving preemptively, and I like how sort of tight it is, and I like how it actually is really, you know, you have to be really precise on the pedals, and I enjoy that. It really makes it feel enjoyable for me to drive, and I, you know, that you'd be like, okay, fine, yeah, but that's not the comments. The comments are, why does Max Verstappen play it, even though ironically Max Verstappen doesn't think iRacing handles particularly realistically, or they'll be like, you know, why did Morad say it's good or something? It's like, who cares? Who cares what Max or Morad like? So just make an argument for yourself. Think for yourself. I don't care if you're right or wrong. What's the point of being alive if you don't use your own brain capacity to make your own interesting point? I've obviously seen the video that you're parroting, so I don't need you to repeat the...
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalism. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not
best.
the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GG mods. They're really
yeah,
good.
I don't even care about people's views on simulators. What is depressing is the capacity for people to not use their brains. That's what's depressing, because it's a reflection of all the shit in real life that's terrible, is people are not using their brain at all. There could be, it's not even about them being right or wrong, it's people just not being vaguely critical with, like, Anyway, guys, we better overtake this car. I like the weather when it's like this. I actually find it quite cosy. Weirdly. Oh, he's not gonna fall for that.
Car
Oh,
right.
okay, he did.
Clear.
I'm surprised he left that open. I think I think my body generally prefers it to be not too dry outside.
The car in
Don't know why.
P1 just set the fastest lap. 30.871.
I might fit. It's quite possible. I wonder if you were to ask a large number of people, do they feel uneasy with a lack of critical thinking from people? Like, to me, it genuinely makes me feel uneasy. Like, even positive stuff when you're in a crowd of people for like a music thing or something, or a performance or whatever. Just a crowd of people all going along with something makes me feel uneasy. Even when it's a good positive thing, it just makes me think like, oh dear, this is Nuremberg rally vibes going on here. even when it's a positive thing. So, but I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if your average person finds it a bit sinister, the lack of critical thinking, or if they're totally happy, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. I guess they probably haven't thought about it. They probably don't care. Yeah, crowds are like scary. A whole bunch of people all like cheering something on. Bloody hell. Terrifying.
White flag, white flag.
Let's go. I don't need cheering. I need jeering.
Car right. Still there. Clear.
You're worthless and weak. Well, I know that already. We're just farming safety rating here. That's why we're doing this over and over again. It's quite relaxing, actually, this track. He's afraid of donation. Wow, pretty terrified of donations.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Here we go.
Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead.
Not much happened in that apart from our amazing,
Alright,
amazing
checkered
spin.
flag.
No, because Matt, that's a big open space, and you know, nothing beats watching rich people drive their cars around in circles. That's different. It's when it's if you have a crowd like a just crowd like well there is still something a bit weird about it. To be fair, even Formula One feels a bit like this. It's like you're in a big crowd of people and they're cheering for something that has absolutely nothing to do with them, and they seemingly are very invested in what happens and what doesn't happen for something that has nothing to do with them, but they feel like they're part of it, and it's really a bit creepy. And they'll be like, oh, when we were watching Formula One at Silverstone, and it was that Max Verstappen Hamilton crash, right? And the crowd were like, a whole bunch of the crowd were like adamant that it was Verstappen's fault or whatever, like based off what you couldn't see anything in the grandstands, maybe like you couldn't really see much. And it's just like, it's a reflection of like bizarre behaviour. Like also people just not able to just sit and enjoy something. Like just... Do you know what I mean? It's like it's the worst of people, I think. It's the worst of people. Sports fans. Like part of it is not bad. As long as it's like, oh well, it's silly, like it's like wrestling or something, it's silly. It's just silliness, enjoying silliness. That's there's nothing wrong with that. It's not by default a terrible thing. There's components of it that are, I think, quite healthy. But it's got that sinister undertone. There's a degree of sinister stuff to it because it's only a few degrees, little tweak here and there, and you have someone cheering on for something that's effectively at the expense of a group of people, right? It's just a little tweak, a tiny little tweak, and the exact same spirit is used for something else. That's what's really sinister about it. If you can get people to passionately cheer for something that has they're totally disconnected from, it's a bit worrying, right? I think there's a difference between being like, oh, you want a team to win in a harmless way, and So I know people that are really into sports and they really want their team to win, but they have no ill feelings towards the other team, right? It's perfectly healthy. It's like, oh, they want the team to win. Oh, the referee's a wanker. The other team. It's like throwing vegetables at a theatre performance or something, right? But it's like wrestling. They absolutely know it's a charade, right? It's just it's role playing effectively. Great, right? It's being silly with something that is a silly part of human behaviour and enjoying it. Fantastic. But then there's a proportion of people that aren't being silly. And as I say, it's really scary. That's what it really disturbs me. So that's where my distrust of crowds come from. Says the man live streaming to an audience. But our audience are mostly unconscious people in an old people's home, so I don't feel too bad. Clapping as well, guys. Oh my god, clapping. Such a softie. No, it's just like I grew up watching so many like documentaries. And then you had the whole like Serb-Croat war, and I watched so much of that as a teenager that it's just I just think, oh, do we have to do all this shit again? Like, I probably watched too many war documentaries when I was younger. That's all I'd watch on TV is bloody World at War, ITN news coverage, non-stop. Fall of the Soviet Union. Oh, here we go. Why do I celebrate new channel members? Because it's directly related to me, so it makes sense. Because it means that I've tricked someone into supporting us, so it actually does logically make sense. It's 100% directly connected to what I'm doing. you know, there is actually a relevant connection there. It's not completely irrational. Although, I mean, it is for the person becoming a member. But, bonk. Do I cheer? I cry. I cry inside. Look, I'm not universally against clapping and cheering. It's just one of those things that's like, you know. Look at this. Boing. Was that from the grass or from the curb? Who put the bump there? Is there a mole that's like... Need a front view, here we go. What is that? Boing. Hang on. Oh, it was touching this touched the grass. The rear right hit the grass. Boy, there's no catching that. Boing. Is that from the track changes that they've made this grass steeper? No, it's that you can see the grass here, like the 3D models, like quite an abrupt. It lifts up. Well, that's just the rear diffuser hitting the ground. That's not the problem, though. The problem is the problem is that knocks the tyres over the limit, so there's no recovery of it, which maybe that could happen, and maybe that isn't recoverable. But the problem isn't what causes the limit behaviour. The problem is the limit behaviour. That's the issue with iRacing. You know, we need the disclaimer on the screen. iTruth. There you go. The iTruth. If you saw your favourite musical artist perform live, you'd just stand there with your arms folded and not let them know you appreciate their talent. No, I'm not. Look, I'm not universally against dancing and clapping and having a good time. It's just that again, it's one of those things. There's a fine degree. There's like there's genuine appreciation. And then there's a whole thing when you get a crowd of people where the crowd itself absolutely becomes the predominant thing that engineers the behaviour of the rest of the crowd. It becomes an argument from authority for what you like and don't like, and a manipulation of response, right? So that's the thing. And then the larger the crowd, the more suspicious I become of potentially being partly manipulated by that crowd into a sense of what the emotion of the thing is, because you know, it just means I'm going to be more critical about the thing, because the more that I'm like feeling I'm being irrational about something, even if it's positive, the more I'm going to go, oh, hang on a minute, maybe I need to be a bit more critical about this just in case. It's not overthinking things, it's how everything works. Like, why do you think with an influencer, with a live streamer that has, the more viewers you have, the more donations you get? It's because there's a bigger crowd, and so the people then, it amplifies the emotion of like, oh look, someone's done a donation and there's 500 viewers, and so 500 people saw it, so we're all getting in on the vibe of the positivity of that donation. Oh look, another person's done it. Oh look, it's a hype train. Oh look, there's 800 people watching, so it means that more people saw what I did, so it was more worthwhile. That's how it works. That's how all these things work. It's why like marketing works. Oh look, everyone's talking about the same thing. I guess it must be something good. That's it. It's more that you get more of a distraction from the intrinsic qualities of things as a form of manipulation, and yeah, and it Doofer, if you don't know, so that's another moronic argument. You are trapped within the system that you're taking place within. Like, you can't avoid it. The best you can do is be honest about it, which is what I try to do. So it's like saying, oh, if you don't like everything the British government's doing, well, don't be British. Or it's like, if you don't agree with all of capitalism, well, you should become a full-on communist and live in a commune. It's like, well, no, that's obviously stupid, isn't it? That's a specific fallacy. I don't know what that's called, but you can't. That's not demanding that someone not participate in something at all because they've pointed out the inherent issues of something is completely stupid. So, and you know that's stupid. You know that that's a silly position. Now, Doof is a bloody troll. He does it all the time. But he does make the same stupid arguments on purpose that people genuinely make without trolling. The dumbass. I don't know what fallacy it is, though. That, like I say, it's what I just described. I'm not sure what you call it as. Like if someone says eating meat is bad for the animals, or the farming industry is bad, and it's cruel, and then someone says, well, then you need to be a vegan. It's like, well, no, they could still say that they think it's bad and point out what's bad and try to minimize meat eating. But if you live in a culture where there's bloody meat everywhere and you've grown up eating it, well, it's going to be difficult to perfectly not do that thing. And so it's demanding perfection as a counter argument to an actual valid point someone makes. It's not a valid demanding perfection is not a valid counter argument to something like it's a straw man. It's not straw man. What's it called? What's it called when a counter argument is beside the point in hand? What's it called? It's got a name. It's a specific logical fallacy. It's called making no sense. No, it's a specific name. No, it's not gaslighting. Everyone says that word gaslighting so much now. It's so stupid. No. Hang on. No. It's called the time model. Yeah, I think it might be non sequitur. Or red herring as well. Yeah, it's an yeah, it's a red herring. It's a non sequitur, and it's also using the vegan example, like a meat eater saying, oh, eating meat is generally bad, and the farming industry's cruel to animals, and so we should eat less meat. And then someone's saying, oh, well, you have to be a vegan then, or like you eat meat, so what's your argument? It's an ad hominem because you're claiming that someone's a hypocrite. They might be partially a hypocrite, but you're using an ad hominem. It's a non sequitur because it doesn't address the original argument and point of, is it cruel to do this to animals? And it's a red herring because it then distracts again from the actual argument in hand. So it's three fallacy bowling. I'm not sure how I'd be a false dilemma. Well, false dichotomy. Yeah, okay. False dilemma is also the same as a false dichotomy. Yes, you're comparing two separate things. Yeah. So it's so it's a ad hominem, a straw man, a red herring, false dichotomy, and a non sequitur, all in a single stupid counter argument, and it's made, that sort of thing is made over and over and over again. And every time you're just like, okay. You don't like ACC force feedback, so you don't want realistic force feedback. That's not quite the same, because you could argue that ACC does have realistic force feedback, so that could be correct. But yeah, it's not the in and of itself. That's not a correct That's not an incorrect rebuttal to someone saying what they're saying. But yeah, it's beside the point of what's relevant to a racing simulator, and that's more. I don't know if it's a fallacy, but it's an assumptive argument, because ultimately what you have a conversation on, is literal force feedback actually correct, and what is realistic. I've just poked a hole in my nose. So yeah, it'd be like an assumptive argument. What would that be called? Assuming. So that's kind of a straw man, but it's not really even a straw man, because it's like irrelevant conclusion. Yeah, irrelevant conclusion. Responding with something that misses the point. It's not necessarily wrong. They're not wrong necessarily, but it's not actually the point. Yeah. And then the problem is, so again, a lot of these things emerge from people that are just parroting positions. So they'll have heard that X is realistic. Someone then says they can't. This is lacking this relevant thing. They don't know what is or isn't relevant. So from their perspective, they're just like, oh well, they're arguing for something that's not realistic, which isn't the point of a simulator. So then they're wrong. So, yeah. A lot of this emerges from people not thinking for themselves. If people make arguments from their actual position rather than parroting, they tend to not make these mistakes to the same degree, I don't think. Could I do an in-depth video on setting up Marvin's app? Yeah, there's some things I don't fully understand about it, but yeah, we will. I could do. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people want to watch it, but it could be useful for people, so maybe. Alright, here we go. Person A, eating meat is bad. Person B, then you have to be a vegan, otherwise you're a hypocrite. The problem is, person B has assumed that person A's argument is about personal consistency and lifestyle choices, when really it's about ethics, environment or health. The vegan or hypocrite response is an irrelevant conclusion because it doesn't address why eating meat might be bad. So with the force feedback, they've falsely concluded the literal realism of the force feedback is the point when it isn't. Wow, what excitement, guys. Matty Matt, people like to argue purest forms of their ideology, meat eater versus non-meat eater. After a while, lines in the sand form, so you have to specify exactly. Yeah, no, that's a big problem that's occurred with because of the way the internet and media works, and also people like to. It's just the brain. wants to simplify things into the most distilled, simplistic version of an argument. And so it's a really easy mistake for anyone to make to assume that the other person is arguing the most ridiculous distilled version of their argument. And people tend to do it. It's just part of the brain. The brain will try to simplify things to be able to process it more efficiently. So it's like when you have people on the left thinking that all conservatives are like absolute hardline, like crazy racist, insane people. I'm sure there are crazy racist, insane people, and there might even be more on one's political spectrum than the other. But like, it's ridiculous to assume that that's everybody. And it's the same on people on the right might assume that everyone on the left is like pink-haired Karen, I don't know, pure anti-capitalism, full-on Marxist, whatever. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know whatever the thing would be, but like, yeah. So, that's the thing. Is you have to. It's a common mistake to make. But the problem is though, so you then end up with the thing where you have to define every single thing that's being said beforehand. But then the problem with that is people's attention spans, especially dumb people, their attention span is so short that if you once you've defined all the positions, they've lost interest and they're no longer able to attend to the actual pertinent information. So you can't win. This is why propaganda works so well, because if you can create a sub-narrative of the views of things, it's too much noise for anybody to overcome with a reasonable argument. So and this is a mistake that a lot of people on the left make, is they're like, oh, I think people will be reasonable, I just need to explain it to them in a way that they can clearly understand, you know. And it's like, well, ultimately that will work with someone that's been reasonable, but if someone's not been reasonable or they've been propagandized to, you're going to have to apply basically an equal amount of depropagandization to get back to step one. So you're not in any single conversation ever going to be able to address the actual issue you want to address, because you need to go through a whole foundation of things. Exactly. And if you repeat a simple, appealing, emotive message that appeals to a lowest common denominator, and you amplify that message and also play on people's fears, then you create the Overton window for what can be discussed, and the emotive perception of things, which is more important than the critical perception. And the more nuanced something is, the harder it is to convey it. And unfortunately, a lot of things are quite nuanced. Like, right, the force feedback thing, it's nuanced. It's like there's degrees of abstraction that you could justify in various scenarios as to why something would be better or worse, different equipment, limitations of Sims physics. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Exactly, Zorgmeister. Yeah, people shut down, and the most effective people, and I don't know why the left really are stupidly, like even the neoliberals, even the centre, even people on the right actually mess this up. They don't realise they go to like interviews on the TV and media interviews, and they think that they're having a conversation. They think if they go on a panel show, it's a conversation, and then, oh well, we'll talk it out. It's like, it's not. It's literally just a propaganda session, and you can basically say one thing and repeat it 10 times. That's it. That's how that works. That's how media works. So you could have an in-depth conversation on maybe on a podcast. Even that's terrible, but like, or in a book, you could write loads of things down. But I don't know why. It's a lack of understanding, I think, where some people assume that everybody is thinking or approaching things in the same way that they are, which is really blind. Like, do you remember Theresa May, where she would just go, magic money tree, magic money tree, magic money tree, magic money tree? And then that's all people talk about. And it's like, what is it? That's so dumb. Like, it's like, well, actually, yes, there is a magic money tree. That's how the bloody finances of any country operates. It's literally a magic money tree. But by framing it as not, it creates this... It's so Orwellian as well. Like,
Nice air there, Session.
the other one was like, strong and stable, strong and stable, strong and stable, strong and stable. It's always like some stupid rhyming quote that's like moronic. Anyway, stop the boat, stop the boats, stop the boats. It's normally something that everybody actually agrees with, but then it's mischaracterized and then attached to an incorrect solution. So like nobody with the whole boat thing, immigration stuff, nobody on the left or right is pro people going across the channel in dinghies, right? It's so Orwellian, isn't it? Like, it's just, that's what's sinister about it. Is it's entirely manipulative speech. That I think that type of speech should be called out immediately. So, like, if news stations were doing their job, it's not about if you're left or right or whatever your political view is or whatever. A news station, anytime they're interviewing someone that's, you know, they're talking to a politician, left or right, doesn't matter, it's not a political thing. If a politician says something that's a soundbite looped, the news station should say, you've just said something that keeps being repeated, like these words keep being repeated, and that's very Orwellian. They should just call it out immediately. Go, that's incredibly Orwellian. You know what you're doing with language there, you know. Make an actual point. Say what you're actually saying. Stop. You know.
Green, green, green.
Because you need the general public to be like,
Okay,
oh,
here comes your first
yeah,
time black.
that's weird. Why do they keep using those words? The same saying. It's almost as if they've used a saying that can be parroted easily by people that aren't being critical. Which, strange that. Well, exactly, Matt. That is true. Yeah. But there is some independent media and some media or individual people that aren't part of that, and I don't think they realise that that's what's going on, or they don't call it out. Oh, it's all good times though. We're all having a good time. It's all fine. Let's focus on iRacing's tyre model, guys. Two-hour lecture on netcode. I should actually,
One more lap.
I should interview like some programmers on networking. netcode. We should do a documentary about netcode in racing sims. 3 people will watch it. Well, iRacing's American, so I think that explains a lot. All the best simulators are British, obviously. Sincere devotee, thanks for subscribing, welcome. Americans don't have duct tape, do they? Or do they? What do they? Do they have duct tape? What do they call it? What do they use?
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Maybe they do use duct tape. What do we use? 5M tape. What do we use in the UK? Gorilla tape, flex tape. Obviously it's superior. Our tape has to work in wetter conditions. And gaffer tape, yeah, there you go. Do they have gaffer tape in America? Yeah, well, gaffer tape's better, isn't it? I mean, what's a duct? What's a duct? Well, you're naming it wrong, obviously. We don't have much duct in the UK. You're not even meant to use it on ducting. That's what's funny. What's a gaffer? Isn't that from film industry? What on earth is a gaffer? Is that the name of the job? Panzer tape. Panzerfaust tape. Why would the boss be using tape? Yeah, no, I get that, but they don't make any sense. Why would the boss be using tape? Tape for the boss. Yeah, gaffer's an electrician. So it's the I think we're making things up here. Like a boss. I think all tape should be made illegal, and we have to use blue tack for everything. So like aeroplanes not working properly, blue tack. You need to cover something up on a wall, blue tack. Like blue tack. Whatever plate's broken, you need to stick it back to get blue tack. Like everything should be using blue tack. And then whenever you need blue tack, you'll be able to just take a bit off whatever's blue tack together. We should ban nails. Everything should be blue tack. Should be used for everything. Roads, nails, just blue tack. Everything's blue tack. Oh dear. That's perfect. Blue tack land.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the left side.
Blue tack's
strength of
useless.
field is 2,985. Pit road is closed right now. Tight field today. Look for opportunity.
Blue tack is so useless, honestly.
5 cars left in the grid.
Chief lighting technician, that is it, yeah. There you go. Strong and residue free.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Everyone's gridded.
I'm going to go to America, and my single mission will be for them to call it gaffer tape instead of duct tape. Oh, here we go. It's time to get some more safety rating, hopefully. We're on 2.85. We're moving up. I feel like we're about to lose some. I need to...
Get the fuck out behind me.
Hello, we got some salt. I feel like I need a cup of tea.
Single file warming tires.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's go.
I can't too. Because of this Mustang here.
Hello, young man. Good luck,
About to go green. Stay focused.
Mind the gap.
Green flag, green flag. Clear on the left.
Why did that guy just stop?
Still red. Clear on the right.
Can't believe we missed that. He just stopped in the track. And I'm forced to try and go 3 wide. Ridiculous.
Clear.
Why would you not start the race properly? Surprised we got away with just 1x there. I thought I was going to get shackled. Ram Shackleton, Ernest Shackleton.
Go left.
Yeah, speed tape's a whole different thing. Speed tape's where it's at. Also, I think speed tape is like 9 impossible to remove. Yeah, I think you need like a heat gun to remove it. Still not as good as blue tack though. I think VHS tape's the best tape. Jaffa cake. Jaffa tape. Tasty. worrying this car behind's going to punt us. I feel like he will.
The car in P1, just left the fastest lap, 31.41. New fastest lap for you.
Ramshackled. Oh, magical half a second there.
The car in P1, just left the fastest lap, 31.223. That was your fastest lap of the session.
I feel like a crash is going to happen in front of us. In this orange and red car.
The car in P1, just left the fastest lap, 31.177. Just second fastest lap of the session.
Close. does seem like there's a pretty big issue of people's tyres just turning off from bumps. Maybe that guy had an equipment problem at the start. Would make sense. What on earth are you talking about? I racing time model is realistic limit. Oh yeah, well yeah, you're right. Okay. People need to be honest about their skill. Yep, I agree. Everything I say about iRacing is a skill issue. Everyone in chat can confirm you can undermine everything that I've ever said about iRacing. It's all undermined by my skill issue. Get good. Fact. Fact. Did you see that thing? I thought it was really funny. It's like a observer meme. The observer. Google observer meme. It's really funny. Exactly. Unless you're also a real race driver, it's impossible to identify anything with a driving sim. Which is unfortunate because it means that the developers of driving sims can't identify anything that they do. I'll be honest, I'm really loving this particle effect. iRacing to me is now grass particle racing. I don't know when one MTD actually, like, from my experience of having talked to, over the last 20 years, I've talked to a lot of real race drivers in regards to simulators, and it's very apparent. So one thing that I see, and this is probably still the case in many ways, less so now with the younger drivers that have grown up with racing sims, but what was very common is real race drivers, whenever they play a driving sim, they'll just be like, well, this feels shit, it feels nothing like the real car. Even a good driving sim, don't really matter, right? Their perception of it will be, this is hard to drive, because they're missing all the cues and things they've got used to and what they expect, right? So ironically, in my experience, I say I've probably talked to like hundreds of real race drivers now over the last 20 years. They tend to go towards like much more simcady games, or just simplistic, or just simcady, just anything that they don't crash in. Basically, they will say, "Oh, that's more realistic," as a default thing, because a lot of real drivers are quite egotistical around their driving skills, because obviously it's what they do, right? So anything that damages their ego, I don't mean in a negative way, it's just like, if you've got very good at a sport or activity, if something's claiming to be using those same skills, but then you're crap at it, well, you know. So, ironically, many real drivers would be like, oh, Gran Turismo is actually really realistic, because at least they're not spinning in it. So from their perspective, in terms of the end result of what's happening when they play the video game, it actually is more realistic for them, because they know how to drive a real car. So when they play a video game, it shouldn't spin them out. So it's quite funny that the real driver endorsement thing in reality is actually an insult from a simulation perspective, but people don't see it that way because they don't actually know. But yeah, it's my experience is that it's quite funny, really. The real driver endorsing this sim isn't the endorsement that a lot of people think it is. So a lot of real drivers don't know the physics limitations or game development limitations or abstraction, or like they might not have developed the skill of driving a simulated car without being able to feel what the car's doing, or they might not know the shortcomings of a physics engine. So you know, often they really are not the best people to ask about the handling of a car in the sim. So, you know, it's really funny. The sort of, as I say, things are changing now because you have people like Verstappen, or like there's quite a few real drivers that have gone through sim racing as well as real driving, so they understand the general nature of the different simulators, right? So it's different. But like historically, like Lewis Hamilton absolutely hated simulators. He's kind of, I think he's come a bit more on board with sims now, but he absolutely hated all simulators, and I don't think he liked driving games that much. It's really funny. Michael Schumacher wouldn't even get in a simulator. So the old school drivers. Gordon Shedden, he absolutely hated simulators. I think he's more on board with them now, generally speaking, but yeah, he didn't like them at all. Like even professional stuff. So just sim racers have this weird distorted view of what it means when a real driver says they like a sim or not. Yeah, I mean, I hate simulators. In fact, if you hate a simulator, you're probably closer to a professional race driver. Weirdly, there seems to be an odd connection between the simulators professional drivers like and endorse, and whether or not they can monetize the user base of that simulator, or if they've been paid to promote that simulator. There seems to be this weird correlation. Strange that, isn't it? I wonder what that could be. With Hamilton, I think he's genuinely, you know, tries to be a nice person. I think he's good. I think his heart's in the right place with most things, to be honest, which is, it's good. It's nice to have someone like that. Good lad. Oh, I'm a bit late to defend that. Sorry for the slow defence, Sazmon. Sorry I was slow to defend that. Too early on the apology there. I should have defended it a lot sooner. A bit of a block. I think it was still valid, but just a bit slow.
White flag, stay smooth. New back, flat for you.
I don't know, it's just fashion, isn't it? I think he's just having fun with clothing stuff. He probably has friends in the fashion industry. It's just something to do if you're wealthy. I've never spoke to Hamilton in person, so I don't know what he's actually like, but I get the impression that like he's trying stuff with the initiatives he does, and I think he speaks out about some issues where he wouldn't have to, and it's not necessarily beneficial to him. So, you know. Now this is trundling around the track to get safety rating.
You got a slow car on the right. Go left.
Well, the problem with Formula One is
Flag.
you just don't have the drivers in the same vehicles, so you can't know who's good and bad. And like someone like Hamilton has so much experience, you probably see like really good racecraft from them, but they're just never in a situation where they get to do that type of racecraft in Formula One. The sport's just terrible as a sport. Because it'd be really fascinating to have like it'd be really fascinating to have like Hamilton, Norris, Verstappen, all these drivers actually in similar spec cars actually battling. But yeah, you just never, you just can't have it. So, and so someone like Hamilton is probably going to be a little bit more measured than Verstappen maybe in certain ways. But like I like how aggressive Verstappen drives. I think that's what you should do. I think Verstappen is probably the best driver that exists or has existed. I don't know why Verstappen gets so much stick for driving exactly as you should. It's so dumb. Like, Verstappen is driving exactly as you should drive if you want to, on average, win out. I do think he's a bit hot-headed, but I think that's what you have to be. I think that's good. That's what's entertaining. So, yeah, I'm not sure what this guy was doing. Bonk. He was so slow. I don't know what he was doing. Oh, wrong button. No, I don't know what was going on with him. Yeah, no, you can say it's a team sport. That's fine, but that's again. That's a. I know you're just making the point that it's a team sport. However, that's unrelated to what we've just said and what we're talking about. It's not even a sport. It's a business. I don't know why they claim it's a sport. I mean, you have to be fit and very skilled to be a top tier Formula driver. So that, you know, it's a sporting activity, but the Formula One is a business. It's not a sport. No actual sport would you be like, oh yeah, this player gets a tennis racket that's 10 times better than this other player. Oh, this player gets shoes and this one has to play in barefoot. It's stupid. It's presented as a sport when it's really not. It's literally. And then even like the engineering thing, and you're going, oh, well, you know, the team and what they're doing with the resources, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, this team started its budget 3-4 years before and is in this development cycle, and then the regulation happened to come in place, and these 3 or 4 teams happen to lobby the FIA or whoever does the rules in a sense that happens to pay off dividends for whatever arbitrary thing happened to come into place with their development timing. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And then, but you know what? People don't publicly call it out for what it is. Theus, that's just one example. And that's not a counter-example to what would be the point of what you're ideally aiming for in a sport. So, yeah, okay, you've presented another sport that's maybe completely stupid. So great. It's not a counter argument to what I've just said, is it? If you wanted something to be as good of a sport as possible, a definition would be fair as possible. Nothing's perfectly fair, but generally the absurdity that Formula One's at is on another level. So, you know, I've already fixed Formula One. What they need to do is they need the Friday race or the Saturday race, or whatever they do, the sprint race they need to do with a fixed class car. They need to bin off they do it with like an F2 or an F3 or whatever. They need to do a fixed spec race, and all the cars, it's like Club 100 is with go-karts. So all the cars are the same and managed by a body, and yeah, the cars are all, that's it. And then that's it. Fixed setup, fixed everything, and that's it. The drivers have to just get in the car. The teams have nothing to do with it. The drivers have to get into those fixed setup cars, and that's it. And they do a quali and a sprint race, and that's the Drivers' Championship. That's it. That's the Drivers' Championship. The Constructors' Championship is the normal Formula One, what you know now. And, you know, there you go. Yeah, the quality of F2 is debatable because the different teams have different resources for setups and practice and all this other stuff. But that's why I say it's like you need to do it like Club 100. It's never going to be perfect, but putting everyone in fixed cars is going to really let you see which driver tends to probably be better than the other drivers. You know, you'll actually get some racing. So, put them, as I say, just put them in the same car. Put them in the Fiat Punto, I don't care. Get them racing in those Lego cars, I don't care. I just want to see the greatest drivers in the world all in the same car. Yeah, obviously everything has cheating. Nothing is perfect. However, you can at least try to aim for making things better. Formula One's gone in the opposite direction for like since the beginning of it. The one equaliser that Formula One used to have is that people genuinely hadn't worked out the technology. So there were opportunities for people that were really creative to do stuff that would actually give them an edge over someone that just happened to have a lot more money. So that actually made it possible for someone to outthink rather than outspend in more ways, right? Whereas that, as things get more and more like codified and monopolized, and you know, the tech gets solidified and there's less variability in the technology possible, then that gets reduced. So then there's absolutely no way for someone to compete outside of business. So, well, radical would be pretty good because at least everyone can afford to do that. You know, in theory, you could have a old spec radical race. So the radical's like £60,000, and yeah, and then they should do that. They should have a radical series, or even with F4. Well, yeah, if you then do, you can race with them. There you go. You could do sim racing to get a drive into it, and there you go, sorted. Fix the world, perfect. I wonder how much safety rating we got out of this. It was a beautiful drive. What are you on about, Theus? With ice skating, they get special suits to reduce drag. Everybody's wearing the same suit. Ice skating, again, is another activity that's actually a bit stupid. What do you mean? So it's not a weird... You're doing exactly the fallacy we explained earlier. What was it? What was the fallacy? It's a false dilemma. A false dilemma, red herring and a straw man. So it's like me saying you shouldn't eat meat because it's bad for animals, so generally eating less meat is a good idea, and then someone saying you need to be a vegan. It's like, no, the point isn't that you need to be a vegan to justify the argument that eating less meat is probably better and less cruel. i.e., saying that Formula 1 should try and make it as fair as possible, a counter argument to that of going, well, it's inherently unfair, so it's or it needs to be perfectly fair, or here's another sport that's unfair. That's not a valid counter argument. No, but you're not. It's not being. You're not even doing that, Theus. What you're doing is making it's a false comparison. You're not even being pedantic. You're just giving examples that are backing up what I'm saying. You would how? Okay, let's play devil's advocate on what I'm saying. You could say, well, no, you can't really. I don't know how you would argue against it. You could say you really just want Formula 1 to be a capitalist exercise or business exercise, and that's the point of it, and you're happy with that. But that wouldn't really be an argument against the drivers wanting to see the drivers race each other in fair equipment, would it? That's just an argument from status quo, so it's not really a counter argument. You could say, well, you could make an argument from the reality is that it will never get better because we live in such a corrupt system, and capitalism just operates that way, and that's the entire business of it. It only exists because of the business of it, and so that's just the reality, and it won't change. Again, that's not a counter argument to what's being said. It's just you saying, well, this is just the reality. They'll probably say the same. I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't know how you argue against what I'm saying. Sports should try to be as fair as possible, and Formula 1 is on the extremes of not being as fair as possible. I don't know what that is. I'm just saying the truth. Yeah, but yeah, F1 always being about money and pomp isn't a counter argument to what I've said. So you lack the comprehension to understand others' opinions. Well, you haven't presented an opinion. You presented a counter argument, which I've pointed out is fallacious to the argument in question. So that's not an opinion. You just made a counter argument that's not related. It's not an actual counter argument to what was being said. F1 is unfair. Here's my counter argument: cycling is unfair, and ice skating is unfair, even though the ice skating, it's not actually the case with ice skating because they all wear the same suit, so it's actually fair in that sense. Like they have the same tech in a sense. So, but I mean, so doesn't even make sense for the incorrect argument you were making, but. Well, so again, you've just met. That's a straw man, Andrew. I'm not arguing against Formula One not being a technology race, and them fighting for 10th is again, that's a separate point. They would be fighting for 10th if they were in a spec car. In fact, they'd be fighting more for 10th because they would be closer, because the cars would be closer. Because they would be like if you run fixed setup in a simulator, you know, or you watch spec racing, the drivers are going to be closer because the cars are closer. So you've just said something that doesn't even make. You've just undermined your own argument there. If you want them to be racing closer, you would want them to be in fixed cars in a sense, and then the technology thing again is separate. That's a separate argument. And so, yeah, you've just made separate arguments that are not related. Wow, this is a farm session. 3.46. We've got a little bit more to go, and we'll be in the A rating. This is what we're going for. I don't know what car we need to drive to get the A rating. Though. This could be a problem. Hang on. You say F1 is the only sport. I didn't say that. You've just strawmanned what I've said and invented my argument. I didn't say that Formula 1 is the only sport, so that could be why you're confused, because I literally didn't say that. You give 5 other sports. No, you didn't. You gave 2 sports that are potentially unfair, which is unrelated to what I was saying. So, okay, they can wear different suits, but it doesn't even matter. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that there's a high amount of technology in ice skating. It's irrelevant because it's the same. You're just repeating the same argument as the cycling argument. It's backing up what I'm saying. If you have a sport where clothing is and who has the most money to buy the best clothing is the distinguishing thing of your success. Well, that's a problem in terms of evaluating who's best at the specific activity. Like, the goal normally would be who's best at the specific thing that you're measuring your best at. So, with ice skating, I would say get rid of the suits. With cycling, I would say make it so that all the bikes are the same. That would make it closer and more about the cyclist rather than the technology. Because otherwise you're testing the cyclist and the whoever's got the most money or whatever. I didn't say it was only Formula 1. You've just invented that. I've just said it's one of the worst. I didn't say it's the only one. It's the apex of... You've just misunderstood what I've said and then formed your argument based off you thinking I said that Formula 1's the only sport that's massively unfair. I didn't say that. So, yeah, you're going to be confused arguing something I didn't say. Naked ice skating. I'm up for that. I'm not changing words. I said it's one of like the worst sports. It wouldn't even matter. Even if, like, let's hypothetically say I accidentally said it's the only sport. Well, okay, correction, it's not the only sport. I don't know why I would say that, because it's obviously not the only sport that's massively flawed in it not being fair. So I don't think I would say that. It's possible I said the wrong words. I don't think I did. I mean, we could rewind the stream. It wouldn't matter, though, because it's all beside the point of the essence of what we're getting at, that you want an activity, if the goal is to see who's best at that activity, to be about the activity that you're testing for. not some side thing. Like, yeah, you don't even need to bring up other sports. I don't even see the point of those analogies. Like, the fact of the matter, yeah, again, so it's just weird to bring other things up. You just have to go, well, what would be better if you want to see drivers racing and racecraft? Would it be open setups? Hello, Billy Orish, or would it be more closed cars? Thanks, Billy Orish. Welcome. Billy Orish with 15 people. Welcome to the Bold Zone. Really appreciate it. Looking at who's the best at certain sport activities, nearly impossible with how every sport is. It's going to be to varying degrees, isn't it? Depending on how many extrinsic components there are to that activity. So that's a separate argument again to, if you can reduce those extrinsic components, it makes it easier to see who's better. Again, that's not a counter argument to, it's probably better to try and keep things to the intrinsic components of the activity that you're testing for, rather than extrinsic components, if you want to see if someone's good at a given thing. That's another red herring. You're throwing red herrings at me, Theus. I mean, you're red herring everybody. This has turned into a fishmonger's. This is like a fish market in the morning. There's fish flying everywhere. I mean, all these sports are messed up. That's not my argument. Tennis is messed up. I played tennis a little bit when I was a teenager, and basically you'd have to get scouted at the age of 8, like go-karting or something, by playing in a private tennis club, and then you'd have to go to, a lot of British people go to there's like tennis schools in Spain, and then they do their education and play tennis, and it's it's like a private school. So, can you see if Messi's the best footballer if everyone around him is shit? I don't know what that is. I don't know what argument you're making. You're not making strong arguments. Make it... I don't... Filthy tea. Oh dear. Thanks for giving Billy a shout out. I just need to get something to eat quickly. Sandwich. 2-minute sandwich. I'll be back in a second. Theus has been a very naughty boy. Okay, guys, who's won this conversation? Type vote now. Is Theus throwing red herrings? Theus has been the fishmonger. I think we can all agree. Pure fishmongery. Tuna sandwich. I'm just getting the sandwich. We'll be back in a second. How's everyone doing? Right, so we can all agree that Formula One's terrible. Okay, glad we're on the same page. God, imagine being someone that unironically likes Formula One. God. Well, get ready, King Carrot, for Project Motor Racing. Oh, Jake, you loser. If you're young, I'll give you a pass because you didn't... There's no way that someone could live through the 80s and 90s or 2000s and watch Formula One races and not watch modern Formula One and be like, oh, what on earth is going on? Like... Just go on YouTube and watch some onboards of like 90s F1. Modern Formula One is like the modern Jurassic Park films compared to the original. It's like like the cars sound worse, they move worse. The stuff that happens in the race is just boring. The technological development is like all done on a computer 5 years before it gets to the track. In the 80s, Bob would turn up at the track and be like, let's put a bit of a flap on this car here. You know what, guys? I think we should saw this part of the car off. It might do better. Okay. No, clouds have got better. Thanks to global warming, we get much more better clouds these days in the UK. Yeah, more moustache. Will I get a preview copy? I might do. I have an affiliate link, so you can pre-order through that, and I'll be totally honest with you. It's Project Motor Racing is the best game you'll ever buy. Just use my affiliate link. You can trust everything I say. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't feel too floaty when I was playing it on the rigs at trade shows, but I'd have to play out my own rig to know. Oh, I've got to do that. Get a lap in here, otherwise we'll be starting at the back, and that's a recipe for disaster. Yeah, no, I hope Project Motor Racing is good, but yeah, I don't know. I think if it's got like online ranked racing, well, Sim Racing Expo, I think they might have it there. So that'd be a good chance to try it again. And that's when's it coming out? November 25th, was it? Is the launch date? Or was it October? So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I mean, you're probably better off just buying through Steam or something than MyLink. And MyLink is the giant store. I don't know. Probably not going to be the cheapest version. to be honest, you're probably better off just buying it through Steam. Also, I don't recommend pre-ordering. But all publishers and developers will be like, oh, you got to pre-order because, you know, that's the indicator for all the sales and what everyone looks at in the business. But as a consumer, I wouldn't pre-order anything. I don't see the point. From what I've seen of it so far, assuming it has like OK netcode and assuming it has like ranked multiplayer, which is I think that's the plan with it, then I don't see why it wouldn't be fun for a lot of people. Right? There wasn't anything that made me go, oh, this is terrible. Like, of what I've driven so far, it was a lot better than Gran Turismo, Forza. I wouldn't say it was better than AC1. I quite liked how it handled. Like, it was more enjoyable than ACC. I'd imagine it'll have VR in the PC version after launch. But releasing on console and PC at the same time is a lot of work. Ah, Simrig disaster. Well, the game engine they're using, that they have a really good graphic. The programmer they have is the same guy that did Madness Engine. So the engine they have looks like it's more, maybe not as shiny as Evo, but I think it has the potential to be more optimized.
One to go, next time by. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 2,765. Pit road is
65.
closed. Let's take opportunities.
Do I like tea? Yeah, tea's pretty good. Ooh, is Billy in chat? What was he doing streaming in the morning? Billy Orish. Billy, 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 oh! Bosh. Yeah, exactly. If it's fun, it'll be like Wreckfest. If it's fun, then
Waiting on the final
you know, like Richard Burns Rally. If it's fun and not a total pain in the arse to use, it's not a simulator. Get counter debate. Can we? You know, if you get timed out, you lose your moderation. Got these buttons: radio, drive, start, slow. I hold the slow button down. I really want some crisps. I need to tidy up, guys. And it's a total shit tip in here, and I just can't be bothered. Ah, no. Why are they warming the tyres up to make any difference in this low, like, noob drivers on Alton Park? The tyres being fractionally warmer. Like, what is it? Sim races are so dumb. Like, this is not...
About to go green. Stay focused.
They all spin anyway. It's not going to make the difference.
The pace car is out of control. Pace car is off. Green, green, green. Car right. Clear. Right side. Still there. Clear.
A little bit of an aggressive overtake there. A little bit aggressive. No contact was made. Mostly due to the other car getting out of the way. This is the Moser F1 wheel that we're using. G25. This is the Momo Black 90s edition. I always think it looks like tea bags hanging from the back of the cars. Not like the rear diffuser, it looks like tea bags. Is that just me? Do you see what I mean? Especially on the Ferrari. Yeah, the Parkle effect is great for the dirt. It's awesome. Where's he going? Probably back into the side of me when we get to the corner. No, beautiful. Oh no. Thought he might open it up if we were lucky, but he didn't. It's such a hard track to overtake on. You can't really go around the outside productively.
There's an incident ahead. Car on your left. Clear. You got a
What?
slow car on the left.
Bloody hell.
What was the point of chopping?
Alright.
What's this guy doing?
Still there. Still there.
What's this orange car doing? Crazy.
Still there.
Do you think this orange guy will wreck us? I think he might do. Based off his commitment to that inside line. He wasn't even close to us, and he's like, I mean, fair play, why not? But just random. I can turn the salt up, don't worry. There you go, turn the salt up for you. Some more sodium. P1's cheating, he's got a grip hack. P1's using a 50 Newton meter DD wheel. Can't compete with that.
The car in P1.
Nobody can compete with that.
Fastest lap. 31.542. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Well, that's 5/10 faster, that line. Joker lap complete.
Just get past me, mate. You're a menace.
I feel like we're going to get Mike's going to wreck us. It's a bit of a mischief there. Do you think he'll wreck us? I think he will. If I was to wager money, I would say there's 8 out of 10 odds that we're going to get wrecked.
Clear.
Three jobs is the way to go.
Car on your left. The car in P3. Just set the fastest lap. 31.422. Car right. Keep to the left. Keep to the left. Clear.
Orange is the new yellow. Well, so far he's been driving nice and safe, which is good. It's all about the salts. Thing is, Orange is faster than me, and we probably could let him past and catch up with the cars in front. But the cars in front are also faster, so it's a close call. I don't think I'm beating those cars in front of us either way. So defending it is.
The car in P1. Just set the fastest lap. 31.249. New fastest lap for you. The car in P4. Just set the fastest lap. 13.845.
Probably be another crash from the cars in front, which would be nice.
Thank you very much.
The leader just did a 31.579. Right side, clear on the right. Right side, clear on the right.
I feel like it's going to be the net code that takes us out. Like, he seems to be driving quite well. Lol. He's getting punted by the car behind. How did that red car fit through there? Red car almost ploughed him. Not quite sure how the red car got through that. Barged his way through. Red car's a sumo wrestler. I'm just here for the SR, guys. Get the lube out. I think my ass is about to get pummeled. I just haven't installed it, Kevin. I need to reinstall it on this system. Rear of the car's trying to kill me there. Well, goodbye safety rating. This red car's going to plough us. Based off how we treated the orange car, then we're going to need to put some pillows on the back of our seat.
Gotta be careful stamping on the brakes there, Max.
Oh, he's flashing his lights. That's how you know it's real. He's got electronic issues.
Sorry, mate.
This is what you have to be aware of.
Oh, good.
When
You're making
people's
that beam
lights are
alive, buddy.
flashing, it means that they've got electronic issues and the brake pedal's probably not going to work. So it's a good indicator of if they're suffering from brake failure.
Left side. Clear.
We ain't finishing this race with a 4X, are we? The net code will arrive in a minute. Hold on to your net codes.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Alright, is there 0X already? There's one.
Keep to the left. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 9.3 seconds. Still there. Keep to the left.
There it is. There it is. No racing, guys. No racing. No racing in iRacing.
The car behind is closing on you. The gap
No
is
racing in
2.1
iRacing. Every
seconds.
time. He even had space. He had space to go up the inside there. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. There's literally no racing in this simulator. Like if the car behind is lapping slightly faster and you hold like a normal line or do whatever, you will probably be either you'll be net coded or they will intentionally punt you. It's really weird. And the GT3 cars are like really easy to drive cars, so it makes it even more obvious. With the Formula cars, you can be like, you know, you'd be like, oh well, the wheel's contacted or something. You know, you'll be like, you could sort of justify it for like a problem with the, it looks like you just made a mistake. But GT3 cars are absolute tanks. It is literally hot lapping with people pretending that they're racing. And for some reason, hardly anyone calls it out for what it is. They're like, I think people are genuinely deluded that they think that it is actually racing. It's like it's really weird that people don't realise that it's not. It's just hot lapping with cars in the way. Which is fine, it can be fun, but it's also the most realistic. Well, the thing is, I don't think his move on this was probably that bad. It's just a net code. On a track like this, you have to be really close as well, and it's inevitable that you get little contacts, but then the smallest of contacts just causes a car to go mental. So I don't think he particularly punted us, to be honest. It's not a, I would say it's like 80% a technical issue with the simulator, but iRacers are too busy blaming each other rather than the developer. The netcode in this game should have been sorted out years ago. The car contacts, but people are too busy blaming each other. And then it's massaged over by all the sycophantic players that just accept whatever happens and they can't be critical because they've maybe not played other sims or just don't know. I bet you it was netcode. I bet you it was like a sort of ghost contact, because he seemed like a pretty good driver, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? He didn't seem like a punty driver. he also didn't. He backed out of some other moves where I defended in a way that you'd expect a more experienced driver to back out of. Do you know what I mean? He didn't. He wasn't doing anything that was actually looked bad to me from my experience of sim racing. Like the dog shit drivers are very obvious dog shit drivers. He seemed like a pretty perfectly fine driver. Even his move on the orange car, he didn't punt the orange car off, and there was space there. It was just tight, so it was an aggressive move, but it didn't seem like a fairly skilled driver, to be honest. Wow, maybe it's Nigel Mansell. Bit of a Plato. Hang on, his contact on us was a 0x as well, because we were only on 3. So maybe it was a 2. So his contact, I bet you it was netcode. Otherwise we would have had a 4x if it was like a decent contact. So yeah, probably, I bet you it was netcode. This sim is so broken. Like, I enjoy playing it, but Christ almighty, other influencers need to call this out more. I'm sorry, like, I know it's annoying me saying to people, oh guys, you need to, you need to mention it more. I know they probably don't want to mention it and they probably just want to have fun and talk about other things and, whatever. But genuinely, they have to mention it more. Like, iRacing needs people to be more aware of how it's unreasonable. Like, if you're an experienced sim racer, you play other sims and things, you know that it's ridiculous. The consumer needs to be educated on this, and unfortunately, the only people that are in a position to educate the consumer are streamers that have wasted their lives playing video games. So,
White flag. One more lap to go.
I don't know what else would do it. Like, iRacing's been happy for 15 years. I always think, like, how much more fun would iRacing be as a video game or simulator if it had something a bit more like LMU netcode, maybe less forgiving than LMU, but a bit more like that, and then just slightly better tyres at the limit so you can hold slip naturally, like the grip returns faster over the limit, so it doesn't just get stuck over the limit in a totally baked slide. How much better of a game would that be? It'd be so good. Those two things would allow you to actually race properly rather than just hot lap with cars on the track.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Well, do you remember that? The people arguing about the grass thing when I bring that up, and then they actually made the grass less stupid, and as a result the grass is a lot less annoying. And actually reduces the amount of people getting DQ'd from just going slightly off the track. iRacing is pretty good fun at many times. Like, the force feedback's great with Marvin's app.
Brilliant. Well done, Max. Superb driving, mate. And you, Simon.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
You've got the big events. Oh dear, it's just so it
Yeah, good racing, everyone.
really wouldn't take much. Yeah, I know exactly car debate because it was already like it was wet. The street. So if you're a streamer or a YouTuber, what you're better off doing is just not mention anything. Don't compare and contrast. Don't explain how things could hypothetically better. Don't claim that something is unrealistic, even if you absolutely know it is. Don't mention it. Just focus on the having fun playing a video game, because that is generally more entertaining and it's a good vibe, and that will make you more successful as a streamer. I'll get you along. Like, what's that bloody train guy? You know, the UK bourgeois, what's his face? Where he's just really enthusiastic about trains, which is fine. I think he genuinely is. I'm not knocking him. It's his choice, and he seems to like trains. And I think he likes making videos of it. So it's not a problem, but it's a really good example of how the more hyper enthusiastic you are, you can get bloody programs on the BBC because you look a bit nerdy and then you're hyper enthusiastic. It's like, but it's so stupid. Not to knock the person, he seems like a really nice guy, but it's just a good example of like how like just by being dumb, essentially not critical, gets you so much in the world. Like, it's a really good lesson to anybody. If you want to just get money and just be successful, just be a sycophant. Don't be critical. Don't, you get so much from it. I'd feel dirty though. That's the thing. If I don't mention stuff when we do play games, that's what really happened to us when we were playing ACC, and then I was being really positive about it, or just positive in general. You get donations from people that are really excited by your streams. I feel dirty. It's like disgusting, isn't it? If you're just getting money from people just because you're being positive. It's disgusting. It's like being a pole dancer or something. Not that pole dancing is bad. Fair play to pole dancers. It's hard work. But it's just... I know I was going to be on the BBC. The positive sim racing guy. Oh wow, he's such a great influencer and positive for sim racing. Because look at the enthusiasm he has. Because he doesn't say anything critical. Look at the enthusiasm. Well, I'm not negative about everything though, am I? How much have I said how good the particle effects are? Weirdly, if you tend to be negative or critical about something, other people then tend to be critical back, which is a good thing. That's good. So they tend to be less like overly irrationally emotional. That's precisely the thing, so that's good. Well, I'm not being negative, I'm just being critical. The point I'm making is if you're overtly positive to the point of effectively lying, or just not, or being lying by omission, it's not the same thing. I'm not. It's it's not that bad necessarily, but you know what I'm saying. The thing is, you look at random call signs. Another example of, thanks Wyatt for following. Random call sign's quite critical about stuff. I don't necessarily always agree with random call sign on he's got bad taste in music, but he's quite critical on things, right? And he'll give an argument for his position, right? He might be wrong or right on something. I think I agree with him on most things, to be honest. But as a result, if random call sign played the happy Portuguese person speaking English with an accent and he's always so enthusiastic about everything sim racing, he would have a channel 10 times the size, right? But because he's critical and that's it. No, sorry, unacceptable. It's so dumb. Let's see this move on this. We only got 4x here. We're doing this for safety rating, by the way, guys. If you wondered what we're doing, safety rating muscle. All right, we can see the overtake on. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Where's the what lap was it? Oh, it's this guy. I just find it weird how that overt non-critical positivity is celebrated to the degree that it is. I'm surprised it doesn't make more people feel like, oh, this is a bit obnoxious. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Random call sign has bad taste in music and cars. I mean, okay. The other car had left the inside open and he reacted when it was too late. So this is what I mean. I think this guy was actually doing good driving. He spotted a gap. The orange car had lost the inside line there. It's too late. And then the orange car reactively moved. It's a bit ambitious from the red car, but pretty standard Italian driving. Fair play. Bit of a send. Yeah, I mean, if you... Going into the corner there, he's not going to have any track, is he? Even, but to be fair, the orange car has completely left the inside open. Right. And then the orange car has reactively moved across after seeing the red car. So, you know. That move was BS. Oh, it's a BTCC move. Yeah. Well, let's see him take me out. I don't know why I'm defending the car that murdered me. I like a bit of aggressive driving, to be honest. Right, here we go. Side by side through here. We could have moved across, but we didn't. Yeah, it's just weirdo physics, isn't it? Just absolutely weirdo physics. Neither of us are doing anything crazy. The red car's understeered a bit. Again, another crash that's iRacing's tech. We're both like just going like it's nothing. It's sort of a weird netcode type. Tyres pushed slightly over the limit and that's it. Don't make any sense, does it? No, but like it's just so dumb how iRacing is like this. Anything that pushes a tyre over the limit is completely uncatchable. And then the new tyre model is worse than the old one in some ways. Like it's kind of just vague and then goes. Yeah, he did understeer a bit, but no one's going to drive perfectly. I don't think it was that bad of a move from him, to be honest. I think he's broke late to try to get his car back up the inside. It's nothing. This should just be like a little car contact and both cars keep going. It's like a tickle. And then that's it. Stuck. Yeah. It's ridiculous. If you can't do overtakes like this or this type of contact is a game over contact, how are you meant to race on many tracks properly? How are you meant to do close moves?
The pace car is out of control.
It's absurd. Like, this is why... It's why iRacing... People need to call it out constantly. And more pressure needs to be put on iRacing to fix their tyre model and car contacts. People just need to keep saying it over and over again until everybody wants to put a screwdriver through the forehead. Lewis Road to 8K. We're just getting an A licence so we could drive... so we can do IMSA stuff whenever that's on good tracks or if we decide to do it. I mean, I bet he didn't even touch us. I bet it's like... What's funny is as well, right? The contact is to the front middle of the vehicle. It's not... If you can get, if your tyres are already loaded up and you get contact to the rear of the vehicle, obviously that can push the tyres right over because the contact's to the rear of the car, so it's spinning the car around. But this was to the centre of the car, or actually the contact's here, right? So. We're lucky with the rear end didn't fall off. Oh dear. Yeah, no, we've done some ring march. The problem is you need to qualify higher up because there's whole block track accidents. As long as you qualify in the top 5 or 6, it's all right. But Eric, well, this is what I'm saying. What you need are other streamers to just do what I do and say, look, guys, this needs to be better, and make their audiences aware of it. You need like Daniel Morad to say stuff because he's a real driver. You need Basic Ollie to say stuff. Any of them, any of the larger streamers. To be fair, Matt Malone does say stuff occasionally, but like, people just need to say it, otherwise it will just stay the same. And what could potentially happen to iRacing is that another game actually comes out that doesn't have the issues. and then I guess iRacing will react to it. So I guess that's what would change, that make them change to do stuff. But yeah, I thing is, I see Project Motor Racing is potentially doing really well as a cross-platform game. I could see it selling well, and I could see it being popular, but I see it in a different category to something like iRacing. I think LMU is kind of in the same category as iRacing a bit, but obviously LMU's content is a bit limited. But I think iRacing will have felt a bit of pressure from LMU. What is going on? Yeah, I think yeah, they'll have felt a bit of pressure from it. Just check here. What's worrying is the new NASCAR game. It is like they're pushing their oval players to an outside game. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll just see that as a separate thing, though, to be honest. So the thing is, with iRacing, there's a sort of entrenched user base that has spent many hundreds of pounds on it, if not thousands of pounds, and they've got used to it, and they know they're used to it, and they're like, oh, if I load up the game, you can have a race, works well with the equipment, works nice in VR. For their perspective, they have a good time with it, right? So those users are going to be reluctant to anything new, getting around the learning curve, you know, adapting to the driving and everything. There's like communities based on the platform and stuff, so that will always, they will have a hardcore user base, right? I don't think that will go away. But yeah, for sure, what could happen is new users could be like, well, I'm just not going to bother signing up. The thing is, as well, you have to remember that iRacing also has the oval racing. There's no other sims with oval, with multiplayer oval, so iRacing is almost like two simulators. For a long time, in like 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, iRacing was pretty, like, quite dead on the roadside in many ways. Like, Skippy was popular, Radical was popular. I think the F2, I think it was quite popular, but generally speaking, it was more of an oval sim than a road sim. I'll do one more of these. Woo! I still need to tidy this room. I want to do some flying as well, actually. I would quite like. Do you remember, Project Gotham Racing? Let's have a look at some videos here. Project Gotham Racing 2 videos. Original Xbox review. Yeah, I quite like Project Gotham Racing. Like the tracks looked awesome. Right, look at this. We could do with some like new street racing games like this. At the time, PGR looked super impressive. Oh, is that this? Is a Seattle track from PGR? PGR had some awesome locations in it as well. The whole kudos thing for sliding around. Hang on, did PGR 2 have Newcastle in it? I don't remember. I don't remember Newcastle in PGR 2. I don't think I played PGR 2. I think I might have played 3. It's got Edinburgh in it as well. Hang on, I missed this. I need to play through PGR 2. Locations in PGR 2. Yeah, it's this got Edinburgh in it. So I'm just like watching the video. It's quite well modelled as well. I've walked around these streets. It's like around where the castle is. Let's see, tracks in PGR 2. Tracks in PGR 2. See, that was cool as well, like with driving games when you've got multiple real world cities and stuff. It's really nice. Oh, here we go. So Barcelona, Chicago, Edinburgh, Florence, Hong Kong. Oh no. Copyright. Hang on, how's IGN copyrighted? What on earth? Oh no. What's this about? I just loaded up IGN. Why would IGN give you HDCP warning? Absolute HDMI scam that. How do we reset that? Oh, bloody hell. That's it. That's alright. That's right nonsense. Are you kidding? How do you enable HDCP in Windows? This could be a problem. We've been scammed, guys. We've been HDCP scammed. Slight problem. Slight problem. I have to reboot the PC.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, that fixed that. Yes, I guess we need to do some tidying. Weird that it was a website that caused it. T's always the password for everything. Ridiculous. Right. It looks almost tidy in here from that view. It almost looks tidy, but it's not. It's a lie. Let's do some cleaning. Really don't feel like it, but it's a mess in here. Look at that wide angle, woo! Yeah, because the microphone's on the floor. The microphone's down here. Do you want me to... You obviously want to hear my amazing voice, right? So I'll plug you in. Look at this. Plug me in. I really don't feel like cleaning. This is a demonstration of perseverance here, because I really do not want to do this. Hello? Do you like that the buzzing sound? I think that buzzing sound really helps. Still quite buzzy, isn't it? Still buzzy. Oh. Oh. That's weird. If I touch it, if I hold on to it, it doesn't buzz. But if I let go, oh no, it's back. Wonder what's that? Oh, there you go. Just rest it on the sim rig. No buzz. Perfect. Shall I put some music on? See the mess that you couldn't see on camera? Hello. Straw Manning. Look at that. Would you like some music to listen to as well? What should we have? Let's have some classical music. There you go. I don't even know what's playing, but it's a red herring. red herring. It's all a red herring. Why is it called a red herring? Is it because it's still a herring but it's red so people don't think it's a herring? Look at this. We've got a Jimmy Broadbent bottle opener from Moser. Oh, Jimmy Broadbent! Jimmy Broadbent! This is really chonky. Oh, Jimmy Broadbent! It's quite a nice bottle opener. What a time we live in. Oh. It's quite good. You know you've made it when you've been turned into a bottle opener. That's how you know you've been successful. Exactly. That's the true mark of success. It's not money, it's not family. It's if you're a bottle opener. I think my mother would be pretty proud if I was a bottle opener. I could do with a drink. I think this cable might be broken. You're broken when your cable's not open. Let's see. Hello? Oh, still works. Hello, Orimu. We put this off. It's a total tip in here. It's terrible. It's an absolute disaster. So it's time. Are you excited for new VR headsets, Canada, mate? I'm excited. Proper excited. You excited for Valve's next VR game? Yes. Canada just looks at his wife's arse in VR though. That's all he does. We just have cables everywhere. Ooh. I seem to spend my whole life wrapping cables up. I missed Meta's trade show thing. Their what's it, Meta Connect, but apparently nothing worked. Apparently it was like a total disaster and very entertaining to watch. So I might need to watch that. Who doesn't like billionaires struggling to get things to work? What on earth? I still haven't played the kayak game, no. I could just go out in real life kayaking though, so. But if I want to chill, I will just go for a walk. So the video game's not the best. Depends what grass it is. Some grass will mess you right up. Do you want to touch some gimpy tree? That'll make you regret touching it, won't it? There's a type of nettle as well that apparently is really bad. I can't remember what it's called. No, not stinging nettle, you idiot. It's a certain type of nettle, like in... Bloody hell, it's got a strong magnet on it. Stinging nettle. Such an idiot. We're cleaning. We got DMCA'd by my own... by my computer, so... we decided to start doing some cleaning because I needed to do some cleaning.
Well, everybody.
We have to get the Hoover down here.
Okay, let's go.
Ah, hello. I had to move some stuff in the kitchen. Hello, bro. Hello, bro. Hello, bro. My bro. It is a Henry, yeah. Of course it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. Need to... Got to wipe the seat. Wipe the seat down. Whew. Good, we could give the pedals a go as well. Hello, hello, hello. Just cut myself on a tap. How do you cut yourself on a tap? I want to break free. Oh, probably should do some flight simming.
you got to put the effort in, haven't you? Ooh. I mean, this is peak content. This is the kind of content that breaks Twitch. I think that'll do for now. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, 6 months and then we'll get another clean. Oh look, it looks exactly the same as it did before. Perfect. just what we needed. I've got some coffee. Still. Oh, wet bottom from the chair. I forgot to put this back. Now everything's broken. Bing. Oh, I didn't feel like doing that when I did it, and now I don't feel like doing it after I did it. 20 minutes of hoovering and that's it, done. 20 minutes of speed clean. It's amazing how much cleaning you can get done in like 20 minutes if you focus on it though. All the dust is gone off the rig, which is nice. Hell. Some things are well hard to deal with. Jesus Christ. Death by cable there. Oh. Oh. Leaning upside down to move stuff is a right pain. Oh yeah, I was going to install this. What's it called? Steam Deck drivers. I also needed to XMP profiles. Oh, we're getting there. I'm so wrecked. I really did not feel like doing that. Oh dear. But it was annoying me. The music's perfect. This is the anthem of sim racing. installed Steam Deck on this computer now. Why is it bathroom music? This song goes
He's a loser. Felt his wife's bottom on a mountain in 3D for VR. What a loser, what a loser. He is a loser. Counter debate. What a loser, biggest ever loser. He is a loser. Counter debate.
Have you added Vaseline to the gear? Oh, no, I need to re-Vaseline it. Oh, I'm wrecked. So exhausted recently. Bloody hell. We could do some more Alton Park, guys. No energy muscle. We're drinking coffee with some caramel syrup in it. This music's high energy music. I don't. This is like the end of a World War II film, where they've won the battle, but everybody they know is dead. We've won the war, but at what cost? It's a panning shot across the battlefield with all the dead bodies and pigeons pecking away at eyeballs. And then a civilian just trying to walk through all the carnage. Hello, Philip van den Niekerk. Enjoy the privilege to be in the presence of the Sir Great King. Yeah, this is the music after Britain has eradicated the indigenous population of a country. As the empire expands, destroying more. They wouldn't even play music for that. They would just pretend it didn't happen. Come on. Get with it. Get with the programme. Pedal tray. Footrest. Carrying a vase with a flower in it. Look, Sim Racing Revolution, it's not just the British that do that. There's other people do it as well. I'm not defending the British, but the mistake is to think that only the British were great at destroying everything. There's lots of people are great at destroying stuff. On the positive. Yes, despair, suffering, misery and imperialism isn't just limited to the British. If only. Moser Pit House has been loaded. Okay. What a pit house. This is like the intro. This is the intro to a dystopian science fiction film. Camera panning over a desolate landscape. Tumbleweed. Destroyed cities. Mankind destroyed itself in the year 2026.
All that was left was rubble, and only 10,000 remaining humans. Yeah, camera panning over all the destruction, and then then can they rebuild society? No, they can't. End. What we're doing? We're going to suffer some iRacing for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Got a while to the next race though. We just missed it. Oh, we could do a Ringmeister. Those always end up being clean and great for safety rating. Let's go for it. I'm knackered, guys. Bit of Hoovering and I'm dead. That's it. That was like doing for me, that was like doing a marathon. You know, that was like jogging the entire London Marathon in a fursuit. Glider party. I can't. I think I'm going to do this race and then collapse, to be honest. I'm absolutely wrecked. Oh dear. We moved too much. You can't move too much. It's World Bamboo Day. I could do with some bamboo. I think we could get some lights for the windowsill, but they'll be too bright. But we could get some lights and then put some plants in the windowsill. But then that'll add even more to our electricity budget. What should we put in the window? We could put some plants there, but it'll be too bright for the camera. That's the problem. I know, just let the floor. If you leave it long enough, the animals will come and start eating the dirt off the floor. You have like a layer of dead spiders, and then like some stoat comes in. Stoat cleaning. I can't believe I stabbed myself on my tap. I have really square taps, and they're really sharp. Never get square taps for that reason. You should never be able to make yourself bleed from a tap. Every time I clean them, I cut myself. Like one of those bottles. Oh dear. Oh. I'm so dead. Safety taps. The robot cleaners, it depends on the type of floor you've got. Like if you have like quite a minimal place and you have like wood flooring, they're really good because wood floors just collect dust all the time. And you know, just having a robot cleaner that goes out all the time is actually pretty good. But you really need like very flat carpet or wood floors. You can get ones that empty themselves now, and you can get ones with mops on them. They're really good for wood floors. My sister has one, it's pretty good. But if you have a house that's like old, if you don't live in a flat, then they're a bit limiting, right? If you live in a modern house where you could afford to have a house cleaner anyway, they're really good.
Shag pile.
Shag pile.
Yeah, thin carpets and wood floors are really good. Just have a butler. You can get a butler to wipe your bottom as well. It's really hard to get a electric Hoover to wipe your bottom. You have to get really low to the ground. I was actually looking at those Japanese toilets. You can buy a Japanese toilet lid. I think it's called a Toto toilet, and it has like the bidet built into it. And you can, but the problem is we don't have power outlets in our toilets in the UK. But yeah, you could have like you can rig it up to the water, and then you could have a toilet clean your ass for you. That's amazing. I think we need to bring bidets back. Who doesn't like water sprayed up their ass? What a time to be alive. What's a twisty rim bidet? What's that? That sounds like some kind of yeah, Japanese toilets, warm seat. Yeah, it's where it's at. It's what you need. It's kind of like peeing in reverse, really. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Sim Racing. Yeah, great. Beautiful. Random noise to cover the sound. The random noise of a Japanese toilet, though, is... You're like, what? What's this about? Oh, joined. Well, it's pointless to join that. So you're trying to get to the toilet. You're like, I'm just trying to get to the toilet. Or maybe it goes, Nande. You're like, what? What's going on? I'm just going to the loo. Yeah. Or maybe you could just play like a K-pop song, J-pop. Pom pom destiny. Side by side loo. Hey, squeeze it out the loo. Or be like Takeshi's Castle. They should have David Attenborough one. Here we see a man on the toilet. Yes, it is time for him to empty his bowels. Or could be like Murray Walker. Oh, he is in the toilet. And, oh, he's missed the water. It's Kimi Räikkönen. Dave Cam, we're talking about those fancy toilets that play music to cover up the sound. The fancy Japanese toilets. And I was like, well, you could have David Attenborough, you could have Murray Walker. The options are endless. You could have a Dave Cam toilet. All of it, Howie, man. Howie, Howie, Howie. Howie, man. Howie, Howie. That's all he says, just on loop. That would shame you into going to the toilet. Oh, I forgot to load up my... Oh, no, I didn't. Go me. The plop. Can't do it. What would you do if you used a toilet and it made a plop before the plop? You would doubt which was the real plop. You'd be well confused. Like you could, if you timed it just right. People are so used to when they'd expect it and then it's happened before and then happen again, and they'd be like, it'd really bother them. For the rest of the day, they'd be like, oh, why did it have 2 plops? Why was the plop delayed? Drive someone insane. Small things like that are the path to insanity. Let's just test that everything's working here. Dave, you missed the hoovering. It was pretty intense. It was pretty exciting. Dave Cam, Dave Cam. You see how expensive these cars are, Dave? Like, they're like £100,000. you can literally get a Radical for cheaper. Can you tell how clean the room is though? Look at how different it looks on camera. You can tell we just spent 30 minutes cleaning. It's so obvious on camera. This car sounds depressed. Do I have to move you? It's like I don't want to be a car. It's like a 7-year-old that doesn't want to go in a car journey. A tired 7-year-old. iRacing sounds like it was recorded in a studio. Kevin a teenager. Everything's working. It is actually, it's really hard to do car audio in Sims. I like how iRacing sounds, to be honest. You can tell what RPM you're in. That's good enough for me. Oh, yeah. I need more energy today. Why am I so dead? What's going on? We've eaten 2 bananas, some bread, some cheese, some tomatoes, some yogurt. Samia? No. No. The acting.
ACC, you have to enjoy the ultimate FFB.
FFB. FFB. We're not allowed to play ACC. I am, Dave, are you? I'm all booked up. I'm staying in a weird hotel. I'm getting there on Thursday because that was the only flight that I could get that wasn't stupid. So, yeah. If you're going, I'll see you there. Are you driving? Or are you going to get plane? Get into plane.
1 to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. Pit road is closed.
Yes, go for it, Dave Cam. But I'd book quickly if I was you, because
You need to grab trolleys before the race.
the hotel prices are mental this year.
Head down. Pick your battle.
Like I had to go up by a hotel that was a bit out of town because the prices were just stupid.
No problem, mate. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's what we do. I'm flying out with some other people on from London,
You just,
Gatwick on the Thursday to Dusseldorf, and then we're just gonna take the train.
We'll get to the quali.
It's only an hour on the train.
And after the race, we go to quali. Yes. Just trying to get anyway.
There's nowhere to camp near the expo. Ah, okay. Dave Cam being a filthy corporate shill. Shill Cam.
Catch up 16 car. Catch up 17 car. Catch up 20 car.
Dave Cam's going to be on stage with a pole. I'd pay for that actually. Oh, here we go. Time to lose some safety rating. If you arrive on Thursday, you'll have time to catch some cinnamon rolls. Yeah, the performance. Yeah, but we could do. I think my hotel's actually nearer to that place.
Stay focused. Catch up 10 car.
Ah, nice. Well, I'll catch you around. We're aiming to have a, you know where you had curry? I saw you there. You know that curry restaurant near the expo? We're probably going to go aiming to book that out and have dinner there as well. Because previous years, it was always, oh, let's have some food. Where should we go? Oh, nobody knows. So just preemptively going for that. That seems to be like the seemed like the best place for food, to be honest. The curry there was awesome. The one with the 2 elephants out the front. So aiming for that on at least one night, maybe even 2 nights. Close to the expo, and it is awesome quality. So they were really good actually. Really nice staff as well. Row, row, row your car gently round the track. Merrily, 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 there is an off track. You can't say track twice, can you? I'm just watching my mirror because I don't think that car's making it. I'm like, I'm not really concentrating on the corner there. I'm just watching my mirror, seeing where we're going so I can avoid it. Forget what's happening in front of us. That's not relevant. They say don't drive in your mirrors, but actually do drive in your mirrors. I'm surprised he was able to not just rocket it down. I guess his car's that slow. It's Thank you. I'm just here for the safety rating. Don't you dare try and send it up the inside there, you mental. Just push me up the hill or overtake me up the hill. Happy days. No battle. No battle. No battle. Oh. Bloody hell, I do not know what's wrong with me today. We slept alright last night, and the night before, and the night before that. Just absolutely wrecked. I think it was the jog. I did a jog and went climbing. But we didn't stay out for long. Just to build the fitness back up, I guess. So weird. On the plus side, doesn't feel like chronic fatigue or anything. Just basic exhaustion. Oh, he's got faulty lights. This is really common. I've told you guys, so what you need to watch out for is these guys with faulty lights. It's because their electronics are broken, and first of all the lights go, and then you find out that the brake pedals stop working. Really, really common issue. You see it a lot in sim racing. Great overtake there. Was it worth the danger of 2 wide? I don't think it was, but I mean, fair play to him. Oh, just keep driving into me. Why not? I'm looking forward to the wreck and the 4X. Thing is, if he gets past me, how's he getting past the next car? Where's he planning to go? I don't blame him though. It's good. It's nice racing. He's not crashed us, so it's all good. To be fair, this is a cross-channel ferry. Maybe he's one of those harbour masters trying to board with a rope ladder. Constantly attacking and prodding. Oh wow.
Shall not pass!
I know. I don't know. Sometimes it's worth giving people a bit of a prod. It's good fun.
Go right.
This is a nice way of just... I would be totally happy driving this car around here in real life. Like, this is a pretty chill car, really. It's an absolute boat. Yeah, it's GR86.
Martin, I'm gonna need you to push.
Push, Miguel, push.
Yes, I'll let you lead at the end of the straight.
Okay, thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
I will overtake you from the left side.
Go.
Thank you, mate, thank you.
I'm gonna let you by, Yellow.
Fifth and sixth gear are achieving 200. Oh no, we're going up a little bit. Same speed.
Two left to go.
Didn't matter which
Two to
gear
go.
we're in. 200 kilometers per hour fixed.
What the fuck am I doing? sorry, mate. Push me as many times as you can. I'll let you lead.
I'm honestly falling asleep driving this. It's such a like weird. Oh no, what are you
Right
doing?
side.
Oh come
Clear on the right.
What are you doing? Oh my goodness, why are you... What? Has he got a penalty somehow? How did he get a penalty? Fair play to the other car getting past us. I'm just like, why on earth is he just stopping? What doing?
You want by? Take it here.
Okay, thank you.
I have no
Maybe
idea
a bit
what
faster.
he was doing there. Oh well. Good news for the yellow car.
Staying behind you, yellow.
Bad pilot. bad pilot.
Don't push, don't.
Push. Now he's attacking. What is this guy doing? Oh dear, this guy. What, Tino? Maybe he's drunk. It's possible. Best way to play the game. Yeah, I didn't want to move out because I wasn't sure what he was doing, and then I didn't want to be like, you know, I'm doing this for safety rating because that's more fun, obviously. It just seemed a bit weird. Also, by the time I realised he was doing weird shit, the other car had come across the right, so if I moved over, the other car probably would have driven into us, so... Typical guy. If these guys drive into each other in a way that I can't avoid, I fully expect that. I don't get why he let him pass and then now he's attacking. It's really strange. Maybe we need to do the Kevin Estra move. The bin, spin to bin. I feel like this to me drives like an Arriva bus. That'll be £3.50. Colville to Leicester, £3.50 day return. Please punch your ticket.
Left side. Still there. Clear.
Thank you.
Come on, Gomez. Don't be shy, don't be shy. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Probably fifth gear up there, actually. Thank you. Marsek knows what he's doing. There's absolutely no point in overtaking here. Isn't it mental that just through video games you can genuinely learn the Nordschleife to a degree where you could turn up in a road car and you'd be able to lay down like an actual reasonable lap time. I'm not saying it'd be good, but when it comes to tracks where so much of it is like just having like knowing what the next corner is and knowing where to position the vehicle, you just... Not really. The Nordschleife is really wide. Unless you're in a really, really fast car, it's not that bad. If you're in a fast car, it's bad. It's more the consequences. But it's nothing... especially if you had a roll cage and it's a... You know... If you're racing, that's another thing. If they think the track's designed for cars that are relatively quick. And imagine going, if you're in a 1960s Formula car, that's another thing, isn't it? But like a modern road car, it's like nothing. Slow road car, there's very fast modern road cars. Thank you.
Left side, clear on the left. You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. Left side, still there, hold your line. You cut the course, you've got to slow down and give up that time. Clear.
Bruh.
I cut the course to give him some more space.
I saw that situation.
I was like, I could still battle him, but we're probably better off just having the 1X so the other guy can avoid them if they bounce onto the track. Yeah, for me, like, I'd be really scared going around, like, tracks like Brands Hatch, I think, are worse than the Nordschleife in many ways. In like,
What a genius, man.
Cars that don't have a roll cage or anything. Alton Park.
Albert Einstein.
The Nordschleife is relatively wide in many ways. There's a whole bunch of tracks in real life where they wouldn't have the like mystique and whatever the Nordschleife does. But if you were to spin on a corner, which you probably could more likely spin because you'd be like, oh, it's a you know, and then you drove into a wall, you'd be screwed. The thing with the Nordschleife is like, you know, that BMW Porsche crash.
Can you explain me? You're driving a one-stop stretch or?
Where you have like really fast road cars that don't have roll cages, and then you've got the long straights, that sort of thing. I think is terrifying. I mean, it wouldn't feel terrifying whilst you're driving. That's the thing. Like, modern cars can go like 130, 140. It's no issue. Like, they don't even sound like they're going quickly.
first time. Yeah. I'm waiting in the book zone.
But yeah, I think Silverstone is a really good track because you got so much runoff if you're in a slower car. Thank you.
Great.
Portimao as well, good track I think for noobs to practice, like really technical corners, but then loads of runoff. But yeah, for me, I think I'd be pretty. I'd be pretty happy with Silverstone as a noob. You can also see around the corner. I think so. The other thing is the thing with the Nordschleife that's terrifying. You know when they do Torresfahrten, there's corners where you can't see, and then there's oil on the track from accidents and stuff. So there's no way. You look at the big pile-ups. It wouldn't matter if you're a good driver or not. There's no way to avoid everyone piling into it. So it's not to do with your drive. It's not to do with your skill as a driver or the track inherently. It's to do with like not being able to see other people or oil, and then yeah, no roll cage and stuff. Cadwell, did someone say Cadwell Park? That's a mental track. That's insane, that track. And people do that on a motorbike. Yeah. Thank you.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
Yeah. Okay, that didn't help. Just stay in 5th gear. That, yeah. I think with Bathurst, it's that downhill top, the you know, the top of the hill. It's just wall. It's concrete, isn't it? It's just wall. And then all the other cars will just drive into you. The thing with the Nürburgring, which would be good, is that they've got a specific air ambulance and other stuff all in place. So if something happens, they've got good marshalling and they're really experienced with dealing with stuff. So that'd be another big benefit of the Nordschleife for safety. They're airlifting. When they had motorbikes, every day someone would fall off a bike and need to be airlifted. Well, not every day, but you know what I mean. When I've been there, pretty much every time I've been, there's been an air ambulance.
That's really such a hack.
I reckon they're going to I reckon they're going to stop Torresfahrten within the next 10 years. I tell you what's going to happen is there'll be like a family car with like kids in it or something. I don't know, and there will be a crash with like a sports car.
Car on your left.
Crashing into them, right?
Still there. Clear on the left.
And kids or something will die. And then they'll go, well, yeah, you know, politically they won't be able to keep it. And they'll go, well, yeah, no, it's only open to whatever.
Oh my god.
Because people are stupid, aren't they? So they put kids in their car, I don't know, like teenagers or something, I don't know. Some teenagers will be driving, something stupid. It'll be like some idiot adults, or a car will flip over a barrier into spectators or something, I don't know. Something random will happen that's just unlucky. but it'll be enough that politically they have to do something. Oh, we could. He should overtake us. This guy's pushed us so long. I'm not gonna. We won't battle him too hard. He's been nice to us, so I'll be nice to him. Why is he pushing us? He's meant to overtake us here, matey. We ain't catching up with them.
Nice intense race for the finish. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing?
It'd be really funny if he just drove into us now.
Left side.
Wow, beautiful.
Checkered flag, checkered flag. Bring it back to the pits, we're going.
John, it depends on the curbs. There's some curbs that can be driven on the Nordschleife and some that can't. It just totally depends. There's a whole bunch of curbs that you're meant to drive over, and then there's some that change over time. Yeah, it depends on the car as well.
Dann fahr nicht mit uns 3 weit zurück, ganz einfach, fertig, ja? Ich war doch das erste Auto. Nachdem ich den
I think there's a sort of confusion that some people think a curb exists to be driven on by default, when really a curb, sometimes they're driven on, but they're mostly there just to, so the driver doesn't accidentally dip a wheel on the grass and spin. So it's like a very obvious indication that the car's on the outside of the track. Right? Well, that was good. I see what we get. See what we farmed from that. We had 1x. Exactly. It depends on the corners and so often the curbs that aren't, the curbs that typically aren't driven on tend to just be steeper, or they'll have those like the round bumps on them rather than the curbing checkerboard thing. Not check, you know what I mean? You can have like the ridges, but then you can have like big blobs on them. Obviously, like steeper curbs normally are ones that aren't going to be driven on. I guess you could if you wanted to, but like Spa. No, not sausages. There's I think like a track which has a good example. Alton Park has curbs that are designed not to be driven on, like T2. There's a curbing on the inside of T2, and you'll notice it has the like. It's to stop people. It's just so that a car could be at the edge of the track, but they're going to know that they're right at the edge of the track because you don't want them to dip a wheel on the grass and spin off into everyone. So, yeah, it would just be if a curb, if it's flat or raised, to what degree, you know. The curves at Spa, I think, are designed to be driven on pretty much. What about Donington? There's like a mixture. I think the big thing is to avoid that situation where, like, if a rear wheel you know, when you're on the exit of a corner, if a rear wheel is on the grass and the driver's on the throttle, that can cause a car to just go. So having exit curbing could help make it more obvious that the back of the car is like right at the edge of the track. I'd imagine. But how you just do whatever. Don't think there's any steadfast rules. Whatever's faster is good. You need a monster truck and then you can drive off-road, doesn't matter. What is going on here? Why is it taking so long to finish? You're taking ages. I guess because it's an Nordschleifer. Wow. What an exciting time, guys. Clean sim rig. More safety rating. I want to get the road car up to A license so that we can do IMSA. I would push the dislike button, to be honest, if it was me. Yeah. This is never finishing, is it? We'll never get the results. Result ban. Alright, there we go. Oh, it's a practice. Wow. I don't think we'll ever know the result here. We'll just have to wait, won't we? Right. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food and have a rest because I'm dead. I'm absolutely wrecked. But I'll catch you guys soon. So we'll do some more racing soon. Maybe some flying, maybe some other stuff. Appreciate everyone that supported us. We're up to 190 on our Sim Racing Expo sponsored Bonanza. Once we get to 200, we can update the mug to 200. But I appreciate that. All our transport's basically covered, which is awesome. And yeah, it's all good. Good times. Yeah, Hoover sucked our energy away. I send you to Dario. Thanks for watching and taking part. Yeah, it was a good fun stream. Just need more energy. Hopefully we can we'll finish off getting the safety rating tomorrow, and then we'll do some gliding, I think. Bye guys.